From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Ashton.
Hey, Jake.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
We're in Yellowstone. Life is good.
It's another day, another great day in Yellowstone.
Did you by chance happen to see the email that we got about the edits to our spring newspaper?
I did, actually.
Did you get your edits in yet?
No.
All right. Well,
it's on my list, though.
Make sure to do that.
Yeah.
Speaking of publications, do you know how many publications that Yellowstone National Park manages?
Ooh, it's got to be way more than I even think.
It's a big number. It's not like a ridiculously big number, but it's probably more than you would think.
Yeah, I'm going to say 40.
Double that.
Oh, wow. 80?
80 publications, yeah. So some of the big ones we have are like the park newspaper, but then there's a lot of site bulletins. There's basically all the information that you could want behind the visitor center desk. There's a ton of information to hand out to people if you come to Yellowstone. And speaking of publications, today we're joined by Miles Barger. He is the Publications Program Manager in the Resource Education and Youth Programs Division. Miles, how you doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. Beautiful day out there.
It is a beautiful day. So for our listeners, some of you may recognize the name. Miles is actually one of our hosts, but you're on the other side of the microphone today. So how does that feel?
Feels great. Multi-talented.
Yes. Yeah. He's ambidextrous.
There you go.
You play offense and defense.
That's right.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Yes. So how did you start working in national parks?
I was in college and I was looking for a summer job. I had been working near my parents' house in Kentucky. And then somehow through the magic of the internet, I realized that you could work in a national park in the summer to make minimum wage, which I think was like $5.25 back then.
You're dating yourself.
I know. Yeah, you could work in a national park and make minimum wage instead of being at home doing it. So I thought that's interesting. So I applied to, I don't think I applied to Glacier because you couldn't have a beard. At that time, whatever the concessioner was.
What a terrible idea.
I know. So I was like, well, I'm not doing that. But Yellowstone, I saw some jobs. So I applied for a job with the concessioner operating the hotels, which was Xanterra back then, as it is now. And I got a job cleaning cabins at Canyon before they had built all the huge lodges that are up there now.
Oh, wow.
It was all just cabins. And I towed a cart around from cabin to cabin and paused when a bison was sitting on the porch and I couldn't get in. It's like a forced break. And that was my first summer, and I haven't done anything but work in or around national parks since then.
Gotcha.
Wow.
So, this podcast, we're focusing mainly on people who work in national parks.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that you worked for our concessionaire. So,
I did.
Yeah, just something to tell people that are listening is that in Yellowstone, we have about 750 roughly permanent and seasonal employees combined every year. But what's that number in Xanterra? It's like over 3,000, right?
I actually was just looking at this number for one of our publications. It's about 3,200 seasonal concessionaire employees in the summer. So many more.
Yeah, it's like 5 times more employees.
Yeah.
So for people who want to, if your main goal is to, like what you were, is to live in a cool place.
Yeah.
In addition to Park Service jobs, there's the Xanterra, there's Delaware North. If STGI runs our clinics, and then Yellowstone Forever. So it seems like all of those different entities.
A lot of my jobs were with nonprofit partners. Like I worked for Alaska Geographic.
Yeah.
I worked for Denali Education Center, places like that where they're not a National Park Service job, but you're affiliated with the park, working with the park.
Yeah. So how did you make the switch? How did you go from one to the other?
I was working in Denali in Alaska, and I noticed that a lot of the people who worked there year round had master's degrees. So I thought maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anything to do in the off season anyway. So I started applying for master's degrees programs in environmental studies / environmental science. Got in at University of Oregon, started doing my master's, I took some GIS classes because that seemed helpful. And also I'm a nerd and it seemed cool. And then there was a project called the Atlas of Yellowstone. And I said, oh, I know about Yellowstone. I worked there for a little while. And I got in on that. And then a job opened up in the Park Service being a cartographer for the Unigrid brochure program. Those are those glossy folded brochures you get when you go to the entrance of any national park. And so it was
they're highly sought after.
Highly sought after.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that job had opened in like 15 years, I think was the last time someone had retired or moved on. And I applied figuring I wouldn't get it because it was a permanent, full-time, higher graded job. But I had the skills to pay the bills, I guess. It was just a very specialized area that I happened to have had a knack for.
Yeah, right
and
place,
I got that
right
job.
time.
Yeah. Right place, right time. Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd done SCA internships. I'd worked at Yellowstone. I'd pieced together enough stuff over those seasons that combined with the cartography and design skills and writing, I could, make a pretty good case that I had the love for the game and the skills and the knowledge about the Park Service and all of that, and ended up getting the job.
So your first Park Service job, what was your first seasonal one, I should say? That was in Alaska? Or did you go from...
I never had a Park Service job.
You never had a season. So your first Park Service job was permanent. My first Park Service
job was a GS-12 visual information or cartographer.
Way to just like come out swinging.
Yeah. I definitely didn't think I would get the job. So.
Yeah. And that's like
really awesome.
That is, everybody that we interview, they'd have like a different backstory on how they started. And I would say, that is atypical, but Ashton, you kind of had a similar thing too, right? Like you didn't, how did you get your start?
I started it was Geoscientists in Parks internship program. Now it's called Scientists in Parks internship program. And I got an internship here in Yellowstone for a summer. And then this position opened up shortly after and applied thinking the same thing as Miles. I was like, I'm not going to get this job, but got lucky. And now I'm here.
So I would like to say that, you guys are 2 in a million.
Yeah.
That's not the typical thing. Yeah. But it can't happen. And I think that's, just right place, right time, being willing to just get, the background that you need so that when the jobs present themselves. So
you were a cartographer. Where was that?
Harpers Ferry Center.
Ferry. Okay.
So it's the kind of graphic design center for the National Park Service. I would say that's becoming more distributed over time, but things were super spread out in DC, is my understanding, in like the 50s and 60s. And then there was a push to consolidate everything somewhere. And Senator Robert Byrd was very good at getting things built in West Virginia. And so, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia is literally as far east and close to DC as you could possibly be in West Virginia. So it's right on the corner. It's like the lowest elevation point in West Virginia. It's a beautiful spot. It's where the Shenandoah flows into the Potomac.
Yeah, I've sat on the confluence there and had lunch.
It's very pretty. And so it's a building full of people who do. That's where the brochure program is. Waysides, exhibit design, AV, all sorts of stuff.
So between that job, your first Park Service job, and now the publications program manager, did you have some things in between, or did you go from?
I did. I was there as a cartographer for almost 4 years. And basically I missed being in the Western US and I wanted to get back into a park and operations. The cartographer job was cool because I got to see like the breadth of the Park Service and how many different types of parks there are, and worked with every kind of park you can imagine, from like a tiny Civil War, not even Civil War, tiny Revolutionary War battlefields, all the way up to huge parks. And there was a job in Rocky Mountain National Park as the visual information specialist there. And I applied for that and got that job. So I moved to Estes Park and worked for Rocky for 5 years. And then this job came open and I applied for that. And came here in 2020. It was basically during the pandemic when the job opened up.
Yeah. Well, so kind of getting more into your current job now
Yes.
that you're here, do you have a typical day or a season? Like what's your workload look like?
I definitely have a typical day, which is come into the office and sit down at my computer and work on my computer. Um,
Can you
There's some-
can you expand?
yeah. So, being the publications program manager here, I'm in charge of not all the printed stuff, but the majority of printed things for visitors and for staff, like internal and even concessioners. We make stuff for them as well. There's approximately 100 products. When you add up all the site bulletins, which are, the folded black and white things that you get at visitor centers.
Oh, so I was off, Ashton. I said 80. So
yeah,
well,
that's a lot.
It's something.
Yeah.
Maybe it's 80. It depends how you count things.
yeah, and
Do
also
you count all the different translations as separate things,
Sure, yeah.
or not?
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's a lot of things. So yeah, depending on what the time of year is, I work on those. I would say my seasonality is kind of the inverse of a lot of people in operations, which operations is like, the front line, people who interact with visitors and are busiest during the summer, which is obviously when we're busiest. But I have to write, edit, get reviewed, and get ready for print, which printing takes a lot longer than putting things digitally. It's anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. You have to submit something before you're going to get the printed version. So my winter is really the busiest time
Gotcha.
from like October through now, basically.
yeah.
I have a
Okay.
bunch of stuff I'm getting done right now because we need to get it here by the end of May, basically when our busy season starts. And then the summer it's busy, but in a different way. In the summer, I'm mostly responding to, I also make a lot of signs, design a lot of signs
Okay.
and get them ordered. So
Is
a
it
lot of sign requests come in for just stuff that happens in the park. And then, things tend to happen in the summer. We have whatever, a road, something goes wrong and we have to reroute people, or a regulation
As we look across the landscape, it strikes us as still and serene. The ground beneath our feet may feel immobile and permanent. It is as if the earth were a silent backdrop to our lives, detached from the daily rhythms of our existence. This, however, is an illusion. In truth, the earth is never still. It is a powerful, unstable place that is always changing. Filled with immeasurable beauty and wildness, Yellowstone National Park draws us into our planet's mystery. And gives us a rare opportunity to witness our Earth as it really is. In Yellowstone, everything is at once ancient and new. Geologic forces shape virtually everything that happens here today. Hundreds of millions of years ago, this land was as flat as the ancient seas that lapped over it. As the Rocky Mountains rose, the seas retreated. Our restless Earth began pushing magma up from deep below. Volcanoes pierced the sky, forming the rugged, majestic Absaroka Mountains. Then, eons later, a series of supervolcanoes exploded. The most recent, occurring in the heart of Yellowstone, was so catastrophic that within a matter of days, perhaps hours, an entire mountain range was obliterated. All that remained was a 45-mile-wide crater, or caldera. Today, this tranquil landscape hides the caldera, so vast that it can be easy to overlook. These ancient and more recent eruptions have shaped the land we see today. The volcano's presence still lingers in the soil and influences Yellowstone's vegetation. The older eruptions spewed andesitic lava that has weathered into soil rich with nutrients. This soil gives the park its elegant subalpine fir and Engelmann spruce forests. And exuberant meadows of wildflowers. The more recent eruptions oozed rhyolite lava. This lava has yielded soil so poor in nutrients that only vegetation as hardy as the spindly lodgepole pine can prevail. Geology also influences climate and weather patterns in the park. Volcanic forces pushed the Yellowstone Plateau higher than the surrounding areas. The land then channels storms onto the plateau, where they leave up to 12 feet of snowpack. Colossal glaciers once formed on this cold, high elevation, burying Yellowstone under as much as 4,000 feet of ice. These glaciers churned and tilled the land, carving gentle U-shaped valleys. Transporting enormous boulders, and leaving behind soil well suited for grasslands. These grasslands support large herds of bison and elk. Thus, past geologic events influence not only today's plant life, but a rich, diverse array of wildlife as well. These animals live in rhythm with the land and its seasons. In spring, Yellowstone's rivers roar with snowmelt. In places where the rock is hard and erodes slowly, water bends to the shape of the land. Where the rock is softer, rivers slice down through the earth and reveal, layered in the walls of Yellowstone's Grand Canyon, 500,000 years of geologic history. At first, Yellowstone may seem alien and mysterious. But it is in this very strangeness that we are given a rare window into our planet. Its restlessness, its unpredictability. It reminds us that buried everywhere beneath the Earth's surface lies an inner raging heat. In Yellowstone, the magma still lies just a few miles beneath our feet. The volcano remains an active force, fueling more than 10,000 hydrothermal features. More mud pots, fumaroles, hot springs, and geysers than exist in the rest of the world combined. We begin to feel the power of our planet at work, at its most elemental, its most visceral, reminding us how fragile life is. It is as if we are watching two wildly different worlds collide. The hidden earth of turmoil and the earth of air and life. Snowmelt and rain seep down through the rocks to be superheated and then recycled back to the surface in spectacular convulsions. Hot water carries dissolved minerals from deep below to form new rocks before our eyes. The beauty we witness at Yellowstone inspires our imagination. We romanticize it and marvel at it. We thrill to nature's stunning colors and patterns. Yet what we behold with awe and joy is only temporary. A flicker of an eye in the life of our planet. Past and present geologic forces will continue to reshape Yellowstone. These forces, usually subtle, occasionally dramatic, will inevitably transform all that we see before us. And life, as resilient as ever, will adapt. At times, it may be easier to understand what exists thousands of miles away than what lies only a few miles beneath our feet. But here on the Earth's uncertain surface, we witness how deeply life is intertwined with the land, as Yellowstone reveals its mysterious beauty.
There are places promised to the future, special places where our heritage and our hopes are preserved for posterity. National parks, an American legacy. When white men first explored this great land, America's riches seemed endless. Forests, plains, rivers, and mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. For most, the vast wilderness was a frontier to subdue and conquer in the name of progress and manifest destiny. Nature's bounty would be required to meet the needs of the growing nation. But by the late 1800s, over half of the hardwood forests and almost all of the wild prairies were gone. Sensitive men and women anguished at the loss. Poets and painters realized that America's scenic treasures were not infinite or inexhaustible. Catlin, Emerson, Thoreau, and Muir looked beyond nature's raw resources and saw beauty and virtue. They were among the first to suggest parks and preservation. They spoke in defense of disappearing wildness. In wildness is the preservation of the world.
Everybody needs beauty as well as bread, places to play in and places to pray in, where nature's peace will heal and cheer body and soul alike.
As spectacular natural areas in the American West were discovered and publicized, the idea of preserving unique places for people and posterity began to take hold. The national park idea emerged in 1864 when the federal government passed legislation to transfer the pristine Yosemite Valley and nearby Mariposa Big Tree Grove to the state of California, so they might be used and preserved for the benefit of mankind, held for public use, resort, and recreation, inalienable for all time. Elsewhere, the remote wonders of the Montana and Wyoming territories remained little known until the late 1860s. Successive expeditions traveled deep into the unknown. When these adventurers returned to civilization, they publicized their remarkable scenic and geological discoveries and suggested setting these wonders aside. Powerful interests gathered to sponsor Yellowstone as a national park. The Northern Pacific Railroad saw Yellowstone as a potential tourist mecca. Preservationists, long dismayed by the commercial ruin of Niagara Falls, strongly supported the bill. In 1872, Congress established the world's first national park, setting aside built grand rustic hotels to boost their passenger business. National parks fostered a new land use dilemma. Could we both preserve and enjoy a place without destroying it? Initially, the answer was no. Poachers slaughtered wildlife. Souvenir seekers senselessly damaged nature's treasures. Roads and tracks, squatters, and developers scarred the landscape. Army engineers and cavalrymen developed park roads and buildings. Soldiers enforced regulations against hunting, grazing, timber cutting, and vandalism. They did what they could to serve the visiting public. Soon the vestiges of America's past beckoned for preservation. In 1906, Congress passed the Antiquities Act, authorizing presidents to set aside landmarks and other places of historic or scientific interest as national monuments. Theodore Roosevelt, long an advocate of the great outdoors and conservation, took advantage of the act to proclaim 18...
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Ashton,
Hey, Jake.
how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
We're in Yellowstone. Life is good.
It's another day, another
Yes.
great day in Yellowstone.
Did you by chance happen to see the email that we got about the edits to our spring newspaper?
I did, actually.
Did you get your edits in yet?
No.
All right, well,
It's on my list, though.
make sure to do that.
Yeah.
Speaking of publications, do you know how many publications that Yellowstone National Park manages?
Ooh. It's got to be way more than I even think.
It's a big number. It's not like a ridiculously big number, but it's probably more than you would think.
Yeah, I'm going to say 40.
Double that.
Oh, wow. 80?
80
Yeah.
publications, yeah. So some of the big ones we have are like the park newspaper, but then there's a lot of site bulletins. There's basically all the information that you could want behind the visitor center desk. There's a ton of information to hand out to people if you come to Yellowstone. And speaking of publications, today we're joined by Miles Barger. He is the Publications Program Manager in the Resource Education and Youth Programs Division. Miles, how you doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. Beautiful day out there.
It is a beautiful day. So for our listeners, some of you may recognize the name. Miles is actually one of our hosts, but you're on the other side of the microphone today. So how does that feel?
Feels great. Multi-talented.
Yes. Yeah. He's ambidextrous.
There you go.
You play offense and defense.
That's right.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Yes. So how did you start working in national parks?
I was in college and I was looking for a summer job. I had been working near my parents' house in Kentucky. And then somehow through the magic of the internet, I realized that you could work in a national park in the summer to make minimum wage, which I think was like $5.25 back then.
You're dating yourself.
I know. Yeah, you could work in a national park and make minimum wage instead of being at home doing it. So I thought that's interesting. So I applied to, I don't think I applied to Glacier because you couldn't have a beard at that time, whatever the concessioner was.
What a terrible idea.
I know. So I was
Bummer.
like, well, I'm not doing that. But Yellowstone, I saw some jobs. So I applied for a job with the concessioner operating the hotels, which was Xanterra back then, as it is now. And I got a job cleaning cabins at Canyon before they had built all the huge lodges that are up there now.
Oh, wow.
It was all just cabins. Yeah, and I towed a cart around from cabin to cabin and paused when a bison was sitting on the porch and I couldn't get in. It's like a forced break. And that was my first summer, and I haven't done anything but work in or around national parks since then.
Gotcha.
Wow.
So, this podcast, we're focusing mainly on people who work in national parks.
Yeah,
But you mentioned that you worked for our concessionaire.
I
So,
did.
yeah, just something to tell people that are listening is that in Yellowstone, we have about 750 roughly permanent and seasonal employees combined every year. But what's that number in Xanterra? It's like over 3,000, right?
I actually was just looking at this number for one of our publications. It's about 3,200 seasonal concessionaire employees in the summer. So many more.
Yeah, it's like 5 times more employees.
Yeah.
So for people who want to, like, if your main goal is to, like what you were, is to live in a cool place.
Yeah.
In addition to Park Service jobs, there's the Xanterra, there's Delaware North. If STGI runs our clinics, and then Yellowstone Forever. So it seems like all of those different entities.
A lot of my jobs were with nonprofit partners. Like I worked for Alaska Geographic.
Yeah.
I worked for Denali Education Center, places like that where they're not a National Park Service job, but you're affiliated with the park, working with the park.
Yeah. So how did you make the switch? How did you go from one to the other?
I was working in Denali in Alaska, and I noticed that a lot of the people who worked there year round had master's degrees. So I thought maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anything to do in the off season anyway. So I started applying for master's degrees programs in environmental studies / environmental science. Got in at University of Oregon, started doing my master's, I took some GIS classes because that seemed helpful. And also I'm a nerd and it seemed cool. And then there was a project called the Atlas of Yellowstone. And I said, oh, I know about Yellowstone. I worked there for a little while. And I got in on that. And then a job opened up in the Park Service being a cartographer for the Unigrid brochure program. Those are those glossy folded brochures you get when you go to the entrance of any national park. And so it was
They're highly sought after.
Highly sought after.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that job had opened in like 15 years, I think was the last time someone had retired or moved on. And I applied figuring I wouldn't get it because it was a permanent, full-time, higher graded job. But I had the skills to pay the bills, I guess. It was just a very specialized area that I happened to have had a knack for.
Yeah, right
and
place,
I got that
right
job.
time.
Yeah.
Right place, right time. Exactly. I'd done SCA internships. I'd worked at Yellowstone. I'd pieced together enough stuff over those seasons that combined with the cartography and design skills and writing, I could, make a pretty good case that I had the love for the game and the skills and the knowledge about the Park Service and all of that, and ended up getting the job.
So your first Park Service job, what was your first seasonal one, I should say? That was in Alaska? Or did you go from...
I never had a Park Service job.
You never had a season. So your first Park Service job was permanent. My first Park Service job was a GS-12 visual information or cartographer. Way to just like come out swinging.
Yeah. I definitely didn't think I would get the job. So.
Yeah. And that's like
really awesome.
That is, everybody that we interview, they'd have like a different backstory on how they started. And I would say, that is atypical, but Ashton, you kind of had a similar thing too, right? Like you didn't, how did you get your start?
I started it was Geoscientists in Parks internship program. Now it's called Scientists in Parks internship program. And I got an internship here in Yellowstone for a summer. And then this position opened up shortly after and applied thinking the same thing as Miles. I was like, I'm not going to get this job, but got lucky. Yeah. And now I'm here.
So I would like to say that, you guys are 2 in a million. Yeah. That's not the typical thing. Yeah. But it can't happen. And I think that's, just right place, right time, being willing to just get, the background that you need so that when the jobs present themselves. So
you were a cartographer. Where was that?
Harpers Ferry Center.
Ferry. Okay.
So it's the kind of graphic design center for the National Park Service. I would say that's becoming more distributed over time, but things were super spread out in DC, is my understanding, in like the 50s and 60s. And then there was a push to consolidate everything somewhere. And Senator Robert Byrd was very good at getting things built in West Virginia. And so, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia is literally as far east and close to DC as you could possibly be in West Virginia. So it's right on the corner. It's like the lowest elevation point in West Virginia. It's a beautiful spot. It's where the Shenandoah flows into the Potomac.
Yeah, but sat on the confluence there and
It's very
had lunch.
It's
Yeah.
very pretty. And so it's a building full of people who do. That's where the brochure program is. Waysides, exhibit design, AV, all sorts of stuff.
So between that job, your first Park Service job, and now the publications program manager, did you have some things in between, or did you go from
I did. I was there as a cartographer for almost 4 years. And basically I missed being in the Western US and I wanted to get back into a park in operations. The cartographer job was cool because I got to see like the breadth of the Park Service and how many different types of parks there are, and worked with every kind of park you can imagine, from like a tiny Civil War, not even Civil War, tiny Revolutionary War battlefields, all the way up to huge parks. And there was a job in Rocky Mountain National Park as the visual information specialist there. And I applied for that and got that job. So I moved to Estes Park and worked for Rocky for 5 years. And then this job came open and I applied for that and came here in 2020. It was basically during the pandemic when the job opened up.
Yeah. Well, so kind of getting more into your current job now that you're here, do you have a typical day or a season? Like what's your workload look like?
I definitely have a typical day, which is come into the office and sit down at my computer and work on my computer.
Can you expand?
Yeah. So, being the publications program manager here, I'm in charge of not all the printed stuff, but the majority of printed things for visitors and for staff, like internal and even concessioners. We make stuff for them as well. There's approximately 100 products when you add up all the site bulletins, which are the folded black and white things that you get at visitor centers.
Oh, so I was off, Ashton. I said 80. So
yeah,
well,
that's a lot.
It's something. Maybe it's 80. It depends how you count things.
Yeah, and also
do you count all the different translations as separate things, or not?
Right.
Yeah. It's a lot of things. So yeah, depending on what the time of year is, I work on those. I would say my seasonality is kind of the inverse of a lot of people in operations, which operations is like, the front line, people who interact with visitors and are busiest during the summer, which is obviously when we're busiest. But I have to write, edit, get reviewed, and get ready for print, which printing takes a lot longer than putting things digitally. It's anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. You have to submit something before you're going to get the printed version. So my winter is really the busiest time, from like October through now, basically. Yeah. I have a bunch of stuff I'm getting done right now because we need to get it here by the end of May, basically when our busy season starts. And then the summer it's busy, but in a different way. In the summer, I'm mostly responding to, I also make a lot of signs, design a lot of signs and get them ordered. So a lot of sign requests come in for just stuff that happens in the park. And then, things tend to happen in the summer. We have a road, something goes wrong and we have to reroute people, or a regulation changes, or
it depends
whatever.
how many floods or water main breaks, or
depends which plague we get. So I'm kind of responding more short term to things like that, and like sending things to people in the field, taking requests for publications that people need more of. And then going out more in the summer to like visit places, talk to people, kind of see what the needs are. So those are kind of my two main seasons.
So with that, do you have like an important, like what, for people who are interested in this type of a job, like, is there a skill or something that you would consider that it serves you well?
Yes. So I do design, but I also write almost everything as well inside of the design. And so I would say writing is a very key. It's writing and editing.
Yeah.
So in that sense, like being able to write well, being able to write in different tones and styles depending on what you're making, like the newspaper visitor guide that you get at the entrance stations is very just visitor information focused, and it has a ton of stuff in it, so it has to be very concise. So that's one type of writing. It's like plain language guidelines, which is a government thing for basically saying not using huge words and keeping sentences pretty easily understandable. So that's one type of writing. But then like resources and issues, I'm more editing other people, but that's more in-depth scientific writing and kind of everything in between. So I'd say it's also nice to be able to write your own stuff, because when you're designing on paper, everything takes space, physical space on the page. And so a lot of the time you need to be able to edit for space as well. So it's nice to be able to go back and forth to make things fit, or like I'm OCD about columns being all the same lengths and things. So it's like, oh, I want to edit this to be like 7 words longer. Things like that. And then
detail oriented.
Exactly. Detail oriented. And then there's the design side of things. I think that's a tough one for me. There are skills you can learn, but I also think there's a certain je ne sais quoi that some people have and some people don't when it comes to design. But that's an important skill. And then there's all the technical stuff of like, no, we use Adobe products, InDesign, Illustrator, things like that. But you know, something like Figma or GIMP or whatever, all the different open source things are very similar, but knowing how to run those programs well and do what you need to do, being like proficient and facile in those things. And then I make a lot of maps as well. I guess I wouldn't have to do that. Most people probably would call in on the GIS shop at their park if they have one to do that. But
Since you have that skill in your back pocket.
Yeah. Which is also, again, like the writing is a nice skill to have, because you can design for your own space and stuff.
So my job before I came to Yellowstone was in Glacier as a visual information specialist, similar to what you were doing, more likely in Rocky. I was very hesitant to write anything, and because it's like that's why I take pictures, because I'm not a solid writer and I let my pictures do the speaking.
1,000 words each.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm a prolific writer through photography. But when I came here, I was able to kind of do the same thing because there were people around me that were writing. But then as I got more into this job and started, changing things like the products that we were making, that Cam was asking us like, hey, do this or do that. There was no one to write. And so you just kind of had to write for yourself. And that is a skill that I've picked up. And I would agree, like writing is I had to do writing in college, but you're like writing for that is very different than writing for the web or writing for social media. It's just like, it has a different tone and really kind of like getting comfortable in that. So I would echo that writing is a really a solid thing to do. And it seems like kind of like a lost, it doesn't seem like it's emphasized as much on like with everything is 180, or 280 characters. So it's like, that's a skill too, to try to be succinct, but also like if you need to write more than that, that's, good thing to practice.
Yeah. Yeah. I was an English major and music composition major in undergrad. I think both of those things help. The music one's harder to explain, but it's similar in a lot of ways, I think. Yeah. And also when when I did seasonal work, I was a guide.
Okay.
So I was taking people on hikes and teaching classes and stuff all day long. And I think that has been helpful too, because it's kind of that skill of learning how to take a bunch of information and synthesize it.
Yeah. And I'm curious. So in your current position here, what's like the biggest publication or the one that takes the most time and effort or project? Like what's the thing that takes the longest for you to work on?
Resources and issues.
Yeah.
It's a 300-page book.
Okay.
So I always get the feeling every season that I would like to just start it over from scratch. But then I remember it would probably take 5 years, honestly, of full-time work to do that at least. But yeah, that's the biggest.
Yeah, that's a beast.
That's job security, Miles.
True.
Yeah.
That's the biggest by far.
Yeah.
Everything else pales in comparison to that. Yeah.
So like out of the, the writing, designing, like all the kind of things that you mentioned, do you have any of those like kind of stand out as your favorite that you like to do?
Making maps is my favorite. And I love when I get the chance, which is not very often because of time, but I love just like starting something over from scratch, just like forget that it exists and make it brand new. So I guess I would say like, what would that be? It's almost like book design, kind of, where of course we don't choose the fonts because we have the fonts, but you're kind of choosing the architecture of things, like what kind of columns am I using in baseline grid and designing all the styles and all that kind of stuff. I think is probably my favorite.
What's your least favorite? Is like that's why they pay us. It's like you can't love everything. Yeah.
I think my least favorite is just when there's so many things that need doing that sometimes they just need to get done and updated.
Yeah. Or I should say, what's the most challenging part of your job? Because it's like you can like everything, but what is the thing that makes it difficult?
I would say one of the big challenges is this is a big park. There's a lot of information.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who specialize in things. But like something like the newspaper visitor guide, I don't even know how many people review it, like dozens.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's coordinating all the different needs of different groups of people.
Herding turtles.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean,
herding turtles.
I wouldn't say it's difficult, but I also enjoy it because you get to learn a ton about a park. Like you get to learn about not only all these different subjects and information, but also the different perspectives. Like the language on a sign for visitor resource protection or law enforcement purposes is very different from, like, if you have a sign about fishing or a wayside, the fisheries biologists have very different goals for that than the people who like want to enforce regulations versus the interpretation side of it. So I enjoy it, but that is definitely a skill that I've had to learn.
So, I think that's kind of a perk being in like the communications field, is you kind of have to be exposed to all these different perspectives. Yeah. Because you're writing, you're editing, you're designing, you kind of have to know a little bit about everything. And so I think it helps to be curious.
It definitely helps to be curious. I also think that there's a lot of things about my job that I've had people say, like, how do you stand that? Or I'm making a thing and there's going to be 200,000 copies printed of it. Pressure of that. And to me, I'm like, whatever. So I think, but there's other people's jobs that seem super stressful to me. And they're like, oh, I love it.
Yeah. It's just whatever you're used to, it seems like.
Yeah. And like what you enjoy. So I would say that's one tip, is like find the things that you enjoy that other people don't. That's a good niche for you.
Find your niche. Yeah.
Yeah. Like play, instead of trying to improve the things you're not good at, like play to the things that you're naturally into.
Murph, he said he likes pumping sludge.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
That is pretty niche.
Yeah, when we said, what's your favorite part of your job? And Murph said, pumping sludge.
Yeah, you're like,
wow.
All right. Yeah,
okay.
Job security.
You're in the right job.
So how do you feel that your job contributes to this larger mission that we have here? You don't get to interact with people on a one-on-one basis, but do you kind of scratch that itch?
Yeah, sometimes I have to remind myself, because I am sitting in front of a computer mostly, and it's a little abstract. As opposed to, when I used to guide 15 people on a hike and you get that immediate person-to-person feedback. But then I remind myself, like, 4 point whatever million people are going to come here every year, and probably they're all going to interact with something that I made. So
I think it's safe to say like almost every person is going to see something that you made. Yeah.
So it's almost like my ROI is a lot higher.
Yeah. So you like your job, things are good. Do you have a defining moment, would you say, like in your career, or something that kind of stands out as to like, ooh, man, this is like, I made it, or that was a cool thing that you got to make or do or be a part of?
Good question.
Thank you.
Jake coming with the hard hitting questions.
Yeah.
The first time I drove into Kantishna, which you can't do right now because the bridge is they're building a new bridge. But my first summer in Denali, I was a guide and we had to get out to Kantishna, which is at the end of the one road. Literally, it like turns into an airstrip right after the place that I worked back there. That was pretty mind blowing.
Yeah.
It was a clear day. We're on the road with nobody else. The mountain was totally out, and I was just kind of like, oh, like,
I had the same moment. Like when
like an out of body experience.
I say that there are three things that have like changed me as a person, that so far, I mean, obviously there can be more, but the first time going to Stony Overlook on a clear day and seeing Denali, like in the distance, I was just standing there like mind blown.
Yeah.
And then the first time I saw the Grand Canyon, because that was also, I was younger and I was like of the age where I was starting to appreciate things. And I was just like, it's just like unfathomably big. Like you can't imagine like being the first people to show up and be like, oh, how do we get across this? And then also seeing the Kilauea volcano under the Milky Way at night. I remember going there and it was like glowing up into the sky on a clear night. You had the Milky Way like arching over it. And again, just like one of those, like, this is so cool.
Yeah.
And it's cool that national parks, like they were all in national parks.
Yep.
Like, like out of all the cool things that I've seen, that it's just, I mean, it's cool that we get to do this.
I mean, that's what makes it hard to choose is I've had so many over the years, but I mean, what I did the seasonal job for fun, and I think I tried to live a normal life one time after that for a few months, and I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So, not that there's anything wrong with it. I just, for me, I got hooked.
Yeah.
So for people that are interested in doing this kind of work, let's get into some of the details. Like if someone goes to USA Jobs, what are they? What's the series they're looking for?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the interviews for this podcast, we've had interesting, weird job titles, but this may be the weirdest. It's traditionally these jobs have been called visual information specialist. It's 1084.
Okay.
I don't know why that's the title of the job, but it encompasses a lot of different things. It can be, it can range so much what that is. Because I've done a lot of digital stuff too. Like at Rocky, I was in charge of all the media, so you can be doing digital stuff, print stuff, audio, video. There's so many things. So that's one of them, but I think there's a movement right now to change a lot of the jobs, if not all of them, over to 1001. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I am.
Yeah. So there's a recognition that visual information specialist doesn't quite cover all the things that these types of jobs do. So there's a move towards that. And then I would also say there's, as you guys know, there's public information, and a lot of times almost exact same type of job as my job is advertised under different public information things. There's also, like I said, there's subspecialties, like cartography, which in my mind is a subfield of design, or like writer editor, audio video production. So,
specialist. That was a job I had too.
Yeah. So I think, look for, 1084, 1001, but also when you're on USA Jobs, just search for terms that apply to what you're interested in terms of like audio, video, or editing or writing. And it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've said this yet, but like on OPM, there's a list of all the jobs. So like if you go to the OPM website, it's like the 1000 series is all of the like arts.
Right.
So from from 1001 to 1099, there's like a bunch of everything that we're mentioning kind of falls in there. And so it seems like if you're looking for it, you could set your alerts on a variety of those different keys, but it's good to know which ones specifically. If parks aren't flying them in a certain category, then doesn't make sense to, set an alert. You already mentioned all the training that you had, for the design and everything. Is there any other than the design aspect and knowing how to run these programs, like, is it required that you have a formal training, that you go to school for that? Or could you just like teach yourself how to do this? And you like, a lot of people grow up and know how to use Photoshop and stuff.
I think you can teach yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton of it I taught myself. I think, like you said, Ashton, curiosity is a big one, I think, for these positions.
Yeah.
Curiosity about different types of design work and audio, all that kind of stuff, but also subject matter. Yeah, I did tons of personal projects, like I'd say I probably did more personal projects than work projects
Mm-hmm.
to get into this kind of stuff. Like whenever I was just seasonal, took a ton of photographs and had a blog and made books for friends and family that they didn't want that I thought were cool.
Yeah. So it seems like you were interested in being creative and you just happened to find a job that
it's just
allowed
kind
you to
of
do that.
Yeah, it's just kind of who I am. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. That's cool.
Do you have any advice for people that, if they're looking to get into this career, just general advice?
Make your own stuff. If you have some opportunity to, I definitely know people who've gotten into it who are seasonal or permanent in a different career field, and they are a photographer and they start working on their photography and they get really good at it, or they start writing stuff, or a lot of times I have projects that I need some help with from people out in the field who have that knowledge, and they can, it's not volunteering because they're doing their job, but and generally with parks, with federal, well, I shouldn't say federal, I just know Park Service, but you can spend up to 20% of your time on alternate things as long as and so definitely I did things like that, and others, people in like interpretation or other staff do that as well. You can contribute to projects. It's always hard for me to give advice because I just kind of,
It is a winding road. Yeah.
I just kind of did what I was passionate about or interested in, and
Mm-hmm.
and got lucky and it worked out. So it's hard for me to give it specific advice, but
well, yeah, not so much like advice on like how, like, what did you do that somebody else could
Right.
replicate, but just like, what are the things that are going to set people up for success?
Yeah.
And it seems like, the things you just mentioned were,
I also would say I have a lot of print knowledge. I don't know how much I would invest in that moving forward for people. But if there is something that you can learn that is a little less known or technical in a specific subfield, that can be helpful.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely say from now moving forward, people focusing on digital is really a good idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So not that we write much code or anything, but just like how websites work, thinking about user experience in addition to all the other things, apps, app design, and working with databases and things like that is very helpful.
So we like to end these with, on a high note. We're like, what's the fun thing? Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other park? Like, we kind of already touched a little bit about, going out to Kantishna was the first time that kind of blew your mind. Is there like a
my first
non-work related thing maybe?
Yeah. My first summer here, I got really lucky my first summer here because Xanterra had overhired. But I took a lot of time. I took a lot of those, like, does anyone want Friday off? Yes, I do. I did a lot of backpacking, and one of my trips I did Mount Washburn. No, wait, not Mount Washburn, Mount Holmes, which also had a fire lookout on it at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So I hiked in. My plan was hike into a meadow, the next day get up, go to the summit, come back, camp, the next morning get up, hike back out, and be done. Kind of break it up. I think it's 20 miles round trip.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that way I had like 5 miles in, 10 miles round trip, 5 miles out. Nice and calm. And so I did the hike in, camped at a backcountry site, and the next morning got up, and there's like a big meadow right before you kind of get above tree line for Mount Holmes. And if I remember correctly, it has kind of a lot of little like pothole ponds and things. And so I kind of hiked up. I'd never done it before. I hiked up over this ridge and saw this big meadow, and there were just a ton of cow elk with their calves. I think, they get away from the roads, especially at that time of year when the calves are young and things are. And so there must have been, I don't know, I'm going to say like around 100 or something. And right as I came over the ridge, they were all acting really skittish. And I was like, really? Like one person by myself? I don't advocate backpacking by yourself in bear country, but I did.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Yeah. I was young. I wouldn't do it now. My risk tolerance was different. Anyway, so they were acting really skittish and whatever. And so I was hiking along kind of the edge, and then they just started running. I was like, wow, I can't believe how skittish they are. It must be with the calves. And then I looked up, and there was a grizzly bear running like full speed, which if you've never seen a grizzly bear running at full speed, it is something. Like, it doesn't make sense. They run very fast. I think, what do they run, 35 or?
Yeah, Carrie says like
Wow.
40 feet per second.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Like, it doesn't look real. And the way they run is very odd because they're like very front heavy. They have the big shoulders and the shoulder hump and the big powerful front claws. It's almost like they grab the ground in front of them and just pull the rest of their body forward. And it was trying to chase down an elk,
Wow.
like a young elk. It looked like it was probably a year old elk that it was trying to get. And I was by myself, and it was my first summer in a national park and my first summer in like mountains. And I was just like, whoa. And you could hear it. Like, it was so heavy that you could hear the sound of it running.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I just kind of backed up against a tree, pulled my bear spray out, carry bear spray. I had my bear spray, took the safety off, had it ready. And the grizzly ran, gosh, it was probably like within 15 feet of me. Did not care about me at all. It
Oh
was
my gosh.
in pursuit of this elk running uphill. And then they went into the trees and they turned some kind of corner and came back the other way, farther away, down towards that meadow. And it ran forward and like swept one of the back legs of the elk and got it and started taking it down, was going to eat it. And I was just like, I think I'm going to keep hiking. So I started going up, and I went up to the top and I got to the fire lookout and I was really freaked out. And then I was talking to the guy who manned the lookout back then, or the person, the lookout who worked up there all summer. And that's a remote one. You can't drive to it. You get resupplied by pack animals, I'm pretty sure. And I mentioned like what I'd just seen, and he was like, yeah, there's a guy got killed at Grizzly Lake a few years ago. And I was just like, don't say this to me. So I hung out for a little while, and then I hiked all the way back down to my camp, and I packed up all my stuff, and I hiked out the whole way that night because I was just freaked out.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, that was pretty amazing. We'll never forget that one.
Yeah.
Probably set me up well for risk management going forward. I was a lot more aware of what can happen, which is anything. Anything can happen, which is why it's exciting.
And for people listening, just a friendly reminder that we encourage people to hike in groups.
Yes.
Make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Carry bear spray and know how to use it. That's how to proactively stay safe.
Yes.
Well, Miles, thank you for joining us today. It's been interesting catching up and hearing about your job and what you do and all that.
My pleasure.
Ashton, did you have any other final questions for Miles?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for joining us, Miles.
Anytime.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Miles Barger. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
So I'm out here in Yellowstone National Park's Lamar Valley. I'm not too far from the Lamar Ranger Station, or what was historically known as the Buffalo Ranch. And I gotta say, this is absolutely my favorite place in the park. It is gorgeous. It's this wide open valley surrounded by grassy hills, sagebrush, and some high mountains off in the distance. And right now in midsummer, it is covered in bison. There has to be several hundred animals out here right now. It's just a really impressive sight. So it's the bison rut, or the mating season, and while these animals are out here doing their thing and trying to attract mates, they have some really pretty charismatic behavioral displays. But it's the vocalizations, or these bellows, that are so prevalent this time of year that I think are so cool. So I'm out here to check it out. Oh yeah, here we go. It's a bison jam. They're crossing the road. It's the males that are making that grunting noise, and every time they do it, they stick their tongues out. So it's just the wildest thing to watch. Pretty spectacular. I'm crazy about these animals. I'm Jennifer Jarrett, and I am an associate editor for Yellowstone Science here in Yellowstone National Park.
We're going to take you down to listen to the lake sing. Come on down. This doesn't happen all the time. It's fairly rare. So not many people hear this, because if there's any the tiniest bit of snow, it's the deal's off. The sound's all muffled. As this stuff freezes and tightens, there's movement underneath. So this crack will start, and the crack just goes, takes off. Hear these things that'll sound like just like an F-16 just coming right at you. When the sun comes up, it begins in earnest, and the sun goes down, peters out. The activity will subside and stop, get quiet. I've tried singing along, but it just doesn't work too well. Nothing beats that. I'm Bruce Sefton. I'm with the Maintenance Division of the National Park Service here in the Lake District. Every day's fun.
This is Yellowstone National Park. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. Hey, everyone, and welcome to the What We Do podcast. I'm Jake Frank. Our team of 4 will be interviewing 10 people over the next 10 weeks to take you behind the scenes to share stories from people who work for the National Park Service in the world's first national park. So first things first, hi, team.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Why don't we do some quick team intros? So if we do, let's say, your name, your title, maybe your division, how long you've been in Yellowstone, what your favorite hobbies are. No, and maybe if there's any other parks you've worked at. Miles.
All right. I'm Miles Barger. I'm the Publications Program Manager here at Yellowstone in the Division of Resource Education and Youth Programs. I've been in Yellowstone for about 3 years this time around. I worked here earlier in my career as well, and I've also worked at Denali National Park and Black Canyon of the Gunnison National Park and at Harper's Ferry Center. You can look that up if you want to know what it is.
Brett, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm the newbie here. I've only been at Yellowstone for about 2 years so far. Before that, I was at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years. And I'm the digital media specialist here, which basically deals with the website, social media, the NPS app, and digital exhibits in the visitor centers. Ashton, how long have you been here?
Well, Yellowstone's actually my first park, and I've been here for about 4 years now as a digital communications specialist for the superintendent's office. So working on similar types of things as Brett, web, social media, and the like. So what about you, Jake?
I'm the old guy here, apparently. I've been here a little less than 8 years, got here in 2016. I've worked at a handful of parks. I started in the Tetons and then went to Glacier, then Carlsbad Caverns, then up to Denali. Miles, me and you, whoop, whoop.
Yep.
And then worked for Rocky, also Miles, whoop, whoop.
That's right.
So Miles is
I've been following Jake. Yeah.
And then Yellowstone, and then I got my first permanent job in Glacier doing media, and then came here permanently. I also am a digital communication specialist like Ashton. I also work in the superintendent's office with Ashton, but it seems like everybody here on the team, we're all involved in media, web, social, photography, videography, kind of a little bit of everything. Podcasting now. Our resume is getting longer the longer we're here, so it's good stuff. Yeah, so now that you know who we are, let's give you some of the highlights of the park. So as far as the employees and the money, Yellowstone has about 750 employees each year, and 350 of those are year-round permanent employees. And in addition to our paid staff, we also have about 450 volunteers that help with various things throughout the park. We have a federal appropriation, so the money that we get from Congress, when a budget's passed, is around $40 million. But it takes at least double that to operate the park each year. So I think last year it was around $81 or $82 million. And, if you're a budget person, you're like, how does it work, to run a park on 80 million if you only get 40 million? And basically we make up the difference through other revenue streams, like, when you come to the park and pay an entrance fee, or if you're a commercial tour operator in the park. And then we also have philanthropic donations. So people who donate to the park or our nonprofit, Yellowstone Forever. And all that money is not even including the major infrastructure project dollars, because some years with projects included, we spend upwards of like $125 million each year.
Yeah. And let's talk about Yellowstone's resources. Yellowstone itself is a pretty big park. We're at 2.2 million acres. Not the largest park in the lower 48. I think we're second. Death Valley is 3 million or something, but we are pretty big, 2.2 million acres. And even more than that, Yellowstone is at the heart of the surrounding area, which is known as the Greater Yellowstone Ecosystem, which is, if we didn't have these made up straight line boundaries of the park, it's where our wildlife migrate and where we share a lot of our processes and things like that. So it's a huge area. Geologically speaking, Yellowstone is an active volcano, and it sits atop a cooling magma chamber. And when water's heated by the cooling magma chamber, we get hydrothermal features like geysers and hot springs. So that's I'd say wildlife, and those are what we're most famous for. And the geysers and hot springs are what Yellowstone was originally set aside to protect. And Yellowstone's actually home to 10,000 hydrothermal features and over half the world's active geysers.
Yeah. So if the volcano goes off, we'll be the first to let you all know.
I don't think we'll be able to let them know.
We'll broadcast live as soon as that happens to let you guys know. So make sure that you subscribe so that you can find that out. Yeah, so Miles talked about wildlife. Obviously, if you want to see wildlife and those predator-prey relationships, Yellowstone is one of the best places in the world to see some of those interactions play out. So, we got wolves, we got grizzly bears, we got cougars, we got bison, elk, bighorn sheep, even wolverines, which I haven't seen, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I will soon. All sorts of wildlife. But it's also, this is a super special place because of the history. So for over 10,000 years before Yellowstone became the first national park, which happened in 1872, it was a place where American Indians lived and hunted and fished and gathered plants and quarried obsidian and used the thermal waters. And even today, there are 27 tribes with historic and modern connections to the land and resources within the area that we now know as Yellowstone.
Yeah, and in addition to tribal history, Yellowstone is also home to a combined 25 historic sites, landmarks, and districts on the National Register of Historic Places. There are a lot of really neat historic buildings and landmarks and things like that all throughout the park. So we have a lot of cool natural and cultural resources, and that's what brings a lot of people to visit the park. On average, we receive about 4.5 million visits every year, and about 95% of that is in a 6-month period between May and October. So a lot of visitation in the summer, not so much in the winter, but I think that's the best time to visit, in my personal opinion.
I concur. Yeah, winter is pretty awesome.
Yeah. A report showed that tourism to Yellowstone contributes about 6,000 jobs in our gateway communities. So those are the communities that exist just outside the park at all our entrances, and about 600 million to the local economy in 2022. That's a lot.
That is a lot of money.
A lot of money and a lot of people. And so we, of course, have to have all the infrastructure that you need for all that huge amount of people. And because of that, we have tons of stuff in the park. Of course, we have over 400 miles of roads. We have lots of lodging, buildings, places to eat, bathrooms, of course, trails, all sorts of stuff. And our portfolio of all that stuff totals over $4 billion worth of infrastructure.
Billion,
roads,
like with a B?
Billion with
Wow.
a B.
That's a lot.
Roads, bridges. Then there's the things you don't even think about, like water and wastewater systems. Of course, campgrounds, hotels. Then there's all the employee housing and all the facilities needed for the employees. So we're basically our own little mini state up here. Since 2020, we have invested over $1.5 billion with a B dollars into improving Yellowstone's infrastructure for you and also for future generations of visitors. And there's even more projects in the pipeline.
Yeah, so that is a lot going on, and obviously we can't manage all that alone. So we rely a lot on tribes, elected officials, nonprofit groups, local communities, states, other federal agencies. They all help us to take care of Yellowstone. And when you think of Yellowstone National Park, you think of the natural features, the cultural features, but there's also really important things like hotels, restaurants, gas stations, general stores, and our concession partners run all of those. And our nonprofit partner, Yellowstone Forever, offers educational programs and runs the park stores as well, the bookstores that you see at the visitor centers. So they also support the park through philanthropic dollars that are really important to us.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's no shortage of things to talk about when it comes to Yellowstone. We could go on and on probably all day. There's a lot to talk about. And there's a lot of content about all this stuff and more on natural and cultural resources in the park. And you can find a lot of that information on our park's website, which is nps.gov/YELL.
Yeah. And then, with all of that great information about the natural and cultural resources, we realized that there wasn't really any content around the non-historical human resources of the park. Obviously, we have a ton of history of the people who, were here in the past, but not a lot about the people that are here right now who do the work to keep the lights on in the park year round. And that's when we came up with our idea for our What We Do Wednesdays social media campaign in 2019. And since then, we've been highlighting our employees and what they do through photos and stories on our social media platforms. It's been really well received both internally and externally. We have coworkers all the time. They're like, wow, that was cool. I didn't know that so-and-so did that. And so we thought, hey, why don't we, try to develop some longer form content, and boom, now we got a podcast. What We Do podcast is our new brainchild.
Yes. And it's a pretty awesome brainchild, I think. So with this podcast, we're operating under the assumption that if something is interesting to us, then it'll also be interesting to you, our listeners. And that being said, one of our intended audiences is current and future NPS employees too. So we intend to cover some information that may get a bit jargony, like how to get jobs in Yellowstone and, all the things that make Yellowstone work. And if you know anything about government agencies, we love acronyms and special terms.
TLAs.
That's right. Exactly. TLAs.
Yeah. 3-letter acronyms.
So to help you out with all those TLAs and other terms, we've created a webpage with a glossary of terms and definitions. And you can find that at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be referencing that sometimes. I literally had a meeting yesterday that was a BMA IDT. That was that was the calendar invite. But generally speaking, here are 3 things that we think that you should know about jobs in the federal government. So this is kind of the insider's look into getting jobs in the federal government from those of us who have done that a few times. And the first thing that you really need to know about is usajobs.gov. This is the website where all government jobs are posted to. So if you're interested in applying for jobs at Yellowstone or in the National Park Service or in any federal agency, really, you need to get familiar with that website. So after you listen to this episode, after you hit subscribe, go to usajobs.gov, create a profile and check out what jobs are on there, because there is a lot going on there, especially across not just the National Park Service, but the federal government in general. So highly recommend that you use the resume builder if you've never applied for government positions before. Resumes are a little bit different than they are in the private sector. They're not the one pager that you often use in the private sector. They're a little bit longer because you have to prove why you're proficient in all the skills required for the position. So that's why I recommend that resume builder. It kind of helps get you started when you haven't applied for a government job before. And I'd also recommend that you set alerts for saved searches for positions that you find that you're interested in. So if you listen to an episode and we interview someone that is doing a job that you think is really cool, go on usajobs.gov and maybe set an alert so it'll email you anytime that job comes up. We could go a lot more in depth about writing resumes for government jobs, but that would take way too long here. Boring. Yeah. We're not going to do that. But just know about usajobs.gov. That's a huge first step.
Yeah. And the second thing that we think you should know about jobs in the federal government is there are 3 main types of positions. So you'll see seasonal positions, term positions, and permanent positions. So first, the seasonal positions, those usually last for a specific amount of time during the year. So for example, in Yellowstone, we hire seasonal workers for the summer and winter seasons, and those can last about 5 or 6 months or so.
I think it's 1,039 hours is the max. So
Yes.
1 hour short of 6 months.
Mm-hmm. And then the second type, those are term positions, and those are usually project-based. So maybe a park needs to hire someone to help with a specific type of project going on in that park. They'll hire this person, and that term position usually lasts for like 1 year, but it usually will not exceed 4 years. And then lastly, permanent positions. And those are your typical year-round permanent jobs, which is what all 4 of us who are on this podcast today have here in Yellowstone.
We're very lucky.
Very lucky. Yeah. And the last thing are pay scales. So there's 4 types of pay scales in the government. We have the federal wage schedule, the law enforcement officer general schedule, the general schedule, and the executive and senior level. So wage grade, or WG, these are like our trades and our craft and labor employees. And the idea is that, those wages are connected to the wages that are in the same, where the park is located. So if you're getting paid the same amount for the people that are doing the same kind of work in your area. And that's like the people who are in our facility maintenance and operations division. Law enforcement officers, obviously, those are our park rangers, the ones that carry the sidearms that are in, and they're out there, protecting the visitors and the resources. And then the GS is basically everyone else in Yellowstone minus one person. And that one person is our superintendent. We have, once you've risen to a certain level in government, you can apply it to the senior executive series. And there's only a handful of parks that even have SES positions. I think it's like Yellowstone, Grand Canyon, Yosemite, Everglades, and a few other parks. They have SES superintendents. Otherwise, most of those positions are at regional or national levels. But within the first three, each pay scale, so whether you're wage grade, GS, or LEO, there's 15 grades, so 1 through 15, and then each grade has 10 steps, 1 through 10. So, for example, you might hear someone say, like, I'm a GS 11-4 or 11 step 4, and that means they're on the general schedule, grade 11 step 4. And the reason we explain all this is because all of this information is public knowledge. So when you apply for a job, you can actually see what you'll start at and what you can max out to. It's all public information on the Office of Personnel Management site, or OPM. I don't want to get out of this without using an acronym.
All right. So Yellowstone is a big park. It's got a lot of employees and a lot of important issues going on all the time. That's part of the fun of this podcast. Even the people who work here, we don't know everything that's going on. That is definitely true. I feel like I learn about new projects or jobs or things on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and with 750 employees, I've already met a few coworkers that I didn't even know I had doing this podcast. So it's been a lot of fun. We hope you enjoy those conversations as much as we have, and kind of develop an appreciation for what it takes to keep Yellowstone, this huge national park, up and running.
And, maybe some of our listeners will be our future coworkers. Who knows?
That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Anything else, team?
I don't think so.
Nope.
No.
I think that does it.
All right. Well, thank you for listening, and we hope you.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Brett Rayburn.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
All right, Ashton. First of all, it's great to see you. How's it going?
Good to see you too, Brett. I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm awesome. So I have a question for you.
Okay.
Have you ever hitchhiked before?
You know what? I don't think I have. Honestly,
the way your face went, I thought you were about to tell me an epic hitchhiking story.
No, I'm actually surprised I haven't done that though.
Well, I did some research in the superintendent's compendium. And hitchhiking is legal within Yellowstone National Park as long as you follow some certain rules. So one of those rules, which is in Section 5, Part 4.31, which I'm sure you read
by heart,
all the time, says that you can hitchhike as long as a sign isn't bigger than certain dimensions.
Oh, wow.
Do you know what the max dimensions for your hitchhiking sign would be?
Wow, this is a very niche question. I honestly have no idea, but I'm just going to take a random guess. I'm going to say it can't be bigger than like 5 by 5 feet.
So 5 feet. That's a really big sign.
I was trying to,
that's
go a little bigger than I thought.
That's huge. It's 2 feet by 2 feet. So you're going to have to trim.
That's a more like usual size of sign.
Yeah. So next time you're recruiting someone to pick you up for hitchhiking, it just needs to be under that 2 feet by 2 feet.
Okay. Interesting.
If you want to hold a 5-foot sign, those sign spinners, that might be your go-to. So our next guest probably knows or is a lot more likely than we are to know Section 5, Part 4.3 of the superintendent's compendium. by heart because she's the law enforcement specialist here at Yellowstone National Park. So, Katie Anderson, have you ever cited someone for hitchhiking with a sign? Like if Ashton gave them their 5 foot by 5 foot sign, have you ever cited someone for that?
No, but I would have definitely stopped and talked to her if she had a 5 by 5 sign. I would want her life story.
That catch your attention.
Her.
Yeah, I feel like you don't even need to know the compendium to know that like that's probably someone you want to talk to.
Exactly.
Well, there's always a first time for everything. So I'm guessing, and I'm guessing you see a lot of things, something different every day as a law enforcement specialist. But I want to backtrack a little bit first before we get to your current position and talk about where and when you got your start in the National Park Service.
Yeah. So thanks so much for having me. My where and when. So my career with the National Park Service began in 2001 as a GS3 park guide at Assateague Island National Seashore in Maryland, living with those wild ponies, which was pretty much a childhood dream being fulfilled right out of the gate.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So was it the wild ponies that got you to that job, or how did you hear about the Park Service?
Well, so the Park Service goes way back for me. I'll have to go many decades back from that. It pretty much goes back to about the late 1950s when my grandparents jumped on the Ranger 3, which is a vessel that takes visitors from the mainland of Michigan and takes them out to an archipelago of islands in Lake Superior called Isle Royale. And the island, as it's sort of lovingly called by all of us who sort of grew up there or grew up going there, along with my family, were super instrumental in my formative years in instilling a strong conservation ethic and just in turn, inherently me knowing that my life work was going to end up being working on preserving wild and public lands like Isle Royale.
So did you grow up near Isle Royale then or just vacation there?
Yeah, I grew up in northern Minnesota. And so that was, we always kind of came from that Grand Portage side out to the island. But the island has always been a huge part of my life.
That's a big bucket list park for me. I've never been there.
Oh, it's incredible.
Have you been there, Ashton?
No, actually, I just visited northern Minnesota last fall, but we were there just after the boat, like the ferries went out to Isle Royale. So we have to make another trip next time. Yeah. Definitely bucket list.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of started out with that background of the conservation ethics kind of being instilled in you from a young age. And then you got that job at Assateague. How did you, as soon as you got that job, were you like, this is what I want to do? This is where I belong.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I knew it, like growing up, there was no question that this is what I was going to do. The National Park Service. It was just really refining what part of the Park Service I was going to be part of.
And so how did you get from playing with wild ponies to where you are now? What are the steps and iterations of jobs and units that you've worked at?
Yeah, so that is, there are such interesting journeys for us in the National Park Service, for a lot of us. What's neat about the National Park Service is that you can really experience the entire country on a deep level by working in the national parks, really from coast to coast. And that's pretty much what I did for those first 15 years with the Park Service. Right after I finished my season at Assateague, I made my way into the heart of DC to work for the Wilderness Society. And I was interning for them and really just getting amazing exposure to the Hill and really understanding how important the work of the nonprofit world was, but also how it coincided with the federal government agencies and, decisions being made on the Capitol. And so spent a good chunk of time there, really kind of digging into how do I get on permanently with the National Park Service. After I finished up my DC work, I ended up going up to Acadia National Park in Maine and spent a fall up there counting raptors. That was another big part of my life growing up in northern Minnesota. We had big flight migration routes. And so was an intern up there, a volunteer up there as well, just really kind of starting to build my resume and figure out how I could get my foot in the door full time. As I learned about the different types of rangering, sort of the longer I got in, I made my way to the Apostle Islands National Lakeshore, another archipelago of islands in northern Wisconsin.
I used to live in Bayfield.
Yes, and exactly. So you know the Apostles well. And I dipped my toes in interpretation and lived out on Stockton Island, and it was an amazing experience. And from there, I put myself through a seasonal academy, which was kind of the norm in how to get permanent in the law enforcement ranks. And so put myself through that academy because I really wanted to be running more of like the adrenaline junkie calls that were kind of coming with rangering. And I really wanted to get in on some of the craziness. And so then I spent the next 5 years of my career seasonally at Rocky Mountain National Park as a seasonal law enforcement ranger, doing the front country side of things and then also the backcountry work. I was able to jump in on the search and rescue operations, really got my first experience working fatalities and working the family liaison roles. And then also starting and really integrating the other side of my life that had always been so strong for me. And that was having a horse component in my career, and started my mounted patrols at Rocky Mountain National Park.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you've done like a lot of things.
I have, and that was the seasonal days. And I'll make it brief on the permanents, but the permanents were really neat because that Rocky experience, in my off season, I had been doing ski patrol work full time and had some avalanche background. And so Yellowstone picked me up permanently to be working on Sylvan Pass and be doing avalanche control up there as well. So I sort of could bring a skill set of the rangering skills as well as sort of my other life loves into one job. And then ran down to Grand Canyon for 5 years and got some crazy experience down there. And that experience on the South Rim, being a South Rim Ranger for about 5 years, really built the core of who I am as a person and ranger and supervisor at this point in time. And then returned to Yellowstone to the justice operation and the law enforcement office as the court liaison, and which I can say is now definitely one of the best jobs I've ever had. And into the role that I have now full time as a law enforcement specialist for Yellowstone National Park.
That's awesome. And I guess we should mention to folks that you're joining us remotely from Glacier National Park. So you're on a detail currently at Glacier as well, right?
I am. Yeah. Within the National Park Service and just federal agencies in general, we're able to do either temporary promotions or details, kind of where a park unit will borrow you for a period of time and let you get some really good experience. So right now I'm the acting chief ranger in Glacier and filling in a period from when the old chief ranger retired and when they get their new chief ranger in.
Yeah, that's an awesome opportunity to have some of those.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a typical day in your position at Yellowstone? I'm guessing not, but what is a normal, if you had to, I'm doing air quotes for people listening, what's a normal day for you look like?
Completely not normal. So, it's really interesting. The Yellowstone Law Enforcement Office is super unique in the National Park Service. We've got a full-time federal magistrate, so a judge right there. We've got a United States attorney right in the building. We've got a United States marshal who works on all of our arrests with us and our warrants. And Yellowstone cases are all prosecuted in-house, and our sole purpose in my operation is in support of the field staff, so the field rangers who are doing all the patrols and the response to emergency stuff, and really our office provides subject matter expertise. We assist with, search warrants and blood draw warrants on DUIs and filling out criminal complaints and really just supporting our partnerships in and out of the house.
Yeah, that's a lot of different things going on. And I'm guessing it's that like variety that you're seeking. I mean, you talked about being an adrenaline junkie. Obviously, you don't seem like you're the type of person that just sits down often.
Yeah.
You're always out doing stuff is the vibe I'm getting from you.
Yeah, the operation is a dream for me because it's super dynamic. There's a ton going on. It's slightly out of control. There's a lot of stuff happening. And there's always just like kind of big balls or big issues floating up in the air that need to be tackled. And I like that. That's definitely the energy that I like dealing with stuff at.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's something, you know, not every person is going to thrive in that type of environment. Like, what are some things that you do that helps you, juggle all those things that you say is up in the air? Like, what qualities do you need to have to enjoy a job like that?
You know, I think there has to be sort of a natural comfort level with multitasking things. And I'm not sure if that's an ADD portion of my universe or something else, but being able to ride the waves of chaos a little bit and be okay with that. And take a left-hand turn when you were supposed to take a right-hand turn that day. Like, that is absolutely critical. I think it's also super cliche, but communication, like literally being able to communicate with everyone from defendants who are sitting in your jail, prisoners, to the chief magistrate judge and beyond is it's completely mission critical in our operation. I'm sure 90+% of my day and my job as a law enforcement specialist is just building trust and bridges with the field and all of our partners through just so much. Like, you cannot over communicate in this job.
Sure.
Yeah.
That makes a lot. I mean, and like, communication can make the difference between like de-escalating somebody and escalating somebody. I mean, that can make a huge difference in what your day ends up being like.
Absolutely.
So is that your favorite part of the job, that variety, that you know, you just never know what's going to happen doing a lot of different things, or is there something else?
That is a huge part of what makes me love my job. I think if I was really going to be pinned down on having to say what my favorite part of my job is, sort of in the last decade of my career here, I would say, whether we like it or not, the National Park Service is like a giant family and it needs tending to very similarly. My favorite part of the job, I think, is probably having really meaningful connections with my team and my peers, and those many levels above me. And being at a point in my career right now that I'm given some creative liberty to create the type of work environment that fosters those connections. I think it's so interesting, because I think that adrenaline junkie is like your younger years, you know, and the older you get, it's just life is short, and the relationships that you have at work, which is where we spend most of our time, and at home, are just so critically important. Yeah,
and that's been that's come up a few times in our conversations with people, especially those that have like lived in the interior of the park or like remote areas. It's like that community is so important, because that's who you have.
Yes.
And so you do a lot with those people. You work with them, and you have them over to dinner and all those things. And I think that's part of what is so special about the National Park Service experience that you just don't get in other jobs.
Yeah, it's not a lot of work environments where you work with your coworkers and then you also go live in the same neighborhood as them.
Yeah.
You know, like they're literally your neighbors.
Yeah.
So that's a big difference.
I know when Jake takes his recycling,
right.
I can see what he's been eating for lunch if I wanted to.
Perfect. That is a perfect example of how this works.
Yeah.
So on the flip side of that, what's the toughest part of the job?
You know, similarly, I think I went the first 2/3 of my career here, I have gone full-blown energy. Like, I've done things at 1,000% and really kind of gone full send on everything. But it takes a toll. Like, this career is not for the faint of heart. We see a lot of the underbelly and the darker sides of society, and to have to deal and we have to deal with the aftermath of all of that. It is us. We are exclusive jurisdiction here. We don't have other agencies coming in to sort of take the case from us. It lays in our hands. Yellowstone sees up, 2 to 3 million people in a really condensed portion of the year in the summer there annually. And all of those visitors and those of us living in the park bring our issues and problems and addictions with them and with us. And so it's really critical at this stage in my career, and we've seen the aftermath of not sort of dealing with some of that stuff and talking about it, that we actively process the cumulative work stress and the trauma. And thankfully, Yellowstone National Park is at the forefront of supporting their team with the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. And the National Park Service is building out some exceptional peer support, mind body wellness type programs to support us proactively for a fulfilling career, but more importantly, for our well-being the day we retire and beyond. And so we're still coming out whole. And that has been a huge culture shift that has accelerated, I would say, in the last 3 years. And so the toughest part of my job is like the loss that we see through trauma and, undealt with issues. But also just the light in that is that I've got the opportunity right now with my own career to, hyper focus on those things and be part of shifting a culture nationwide, really.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. I mean, especially, we all take our jobs home with us somewhat, but in your position, especially, I'd imagine that that's like one of those things that's really hard to not take home. And, I mean, that could really eat away at you if you don't take care of yourself when you're home with your family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Yellowstone Resiliency Project. I'm not sure, a lot of people might not know what that is. Do you mind just telling people a little bit about what that entails?
Yeah, so the project came about in cooperation with the Yellowstone. I believe with Yellowstone Forever was where that partnership really came about after the Yellowstone flood and after the loss of some coworkers to suicide. And there was just some forward thinkers and support from the superintendent's office and the chiefs to move forward in that partnership to fund mental health resources in Yellowstone. I mean, one of the most amazing parts about living in Yellowstone is its remoteness and and its disconnect from the rest of the chaos of the world that's happening around us. But the downside to that is we have a hard time with resources and getting them. And so the Yellowstone Resiliency Project has funded bringing in healthcare providers for counseling and touch bases and just connections. So we're not kind of going through these big life events and sort of suffering on our own. And there's, bigger conversations that are sort of happening on like where next, what next for these programs. But absolutely critical for every division in the park to have this resource to be tapping into and just normalizing the conversations around it. I mean, this is the human experience that we have right now, and nobody is alone in their suffering. We all go through it. And just the pressures of life, create environments that we need to take care of ourselves and one another. I mean, that's just the reality in the Park Service is we have to take care of one another. So this Yellowstone Resiliency Project is brilliant. The folks that are working on it have just done an incredible job implementing it. And we are so lucky to have that team working for us.
Yeah, definitely forward thinking. That was the key point I think you brought up there. It's like one of those things that plays dividends. It's you're playing the long game when you're investing in people's mental well-being. And so that's awesome. I guess cycling back to kind of your career, it sounds like you've had a lot of moments that you could probably choose as a defining moment. Do you have one defining moment that you would say, kind of defined your NPS career or set you on a trajectory or that you can look back on?
I think about it often because I get asked that a lot. Like, what's the best park you've lived in? What's the best position you've ever had? And I can honestly say that I am so, like, at the core of my being, I am so incredibly proud of every single job that I've had with the National Park Service over the past 23 years. I'm so proud of myself as a GS3 at Assateague Island. Like, that I ever even like stepped into it and got that job. I would say it all builds on itself. It builds character. It builds who you are to the core of your being in each of these positions that you're in. And I would say just sort of sitting here in this window now, like watching the snow dump, on Glacier Park, the acting chief ranger in Glacier National Park, right now is one of those highlights. And I feel so honored to have the support from my Yellowstone team, which is like my core team, to take on this role and to have this connection now with yet another incredible gem of a park and the amazing people that call this place home.
Yeah, you have all these connections to places where people like they're on people's bucket list. Like they're happy to just make it to one of those in a lifetime. And you've got all these special memories that so many, and we all do. I mean, that's kind of why we all do what we do, I guess, in a way.
So lucky.
That's awesome. Yeah. Since it was such a good answer, I'll let you get away with, I technically said you had to have one defining moment. But I'll let you get away with it because it was a really good answer.
But if you know me, there's never one. I always juggle at least 3 things. So I'm the same way.
Yeah. So and this is a pretty, probably a more straight connection than some of the other people that we've interviewed. But how does your job contribute to the Park Service mission? So the Park Service mission is kind of drives everything that we do, and it's at the forefront of our minds every day. But so how does your job contribute to that?
I would say it takes a massive village of committed public servants to come anywhere near fulfilling the mission of the National Park Service. I am just a cog in the wheel, but at the core, I truly believe that my work is super meaningful and impactful. And I feel that every single day, whether it's helping the field rangers with a complex victim case as we run the victim witness program in my office, or supporting the prosecution on a significant poaching case. I love my job. And, I've heard people say that like, you shouldn't love your job because it'll never love you back. And I just am unconvinced of that. And I think you need to find deep joy in the work that you're doing and believe truly that it's making an impact. It's for the greater good. And I never question that, no matter how hard my days are. I know that like I'm giving back way bigger than I'm getting, and I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, and someone has to keep Ashton with her 5 foot by 5 foot hitchhiking sign.
You got to keep me in check.
On the right side of the law.
Unreasonable, Ashton.
Hey, I went big.
Yeah,
Can't blame
these
me for
people
that.
in check over here. So for those of people who are listening to this and are just like, wow, that sounds like an awesome job. Like me, like I'm like, wow, that sounds like. So what series do I look at in USA Jobs to do what you're doing?
Yeah. So the series that post on USA Jobs, which is where all of our federal jobs are posted, is 0025. So right now that's the Ranger series. And at some point there may be a shift in that, but right now 0025 Park Ranger Law Enforcement is what folks would be looking at in USA Jobs.
And is that the same series for like all the positions kind of working their way up the ladder?
Yeah, it is.
So
everything from your field level law enforcement, GS 5, all the way up into your chief ranger positions.
Awesome. That makes it easy. I feel like a lot of times it jumps around and gets complicated and it's hard to keep track of all those numbers. So 0025 is the one to remember. And do you need formal training to get that like GS5 position?
You do. There's a couple routes now. Kind of the old ways where we would put ourselves through a seasonal academy, a law enforcement academy that's sort of connected with the National Park Service, and then you would apply to seasonal positions like summer positions. This last year, a new system, a direct hire initiative was sort of started, and we're hiring things a little bit differently. So in that case, a couple times a year, there's announcements that are flown nationwide for the National Park Service law enforcement positions. Either way, you'll spend a significant amount of time at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. And then in a field training park as you build the foundation to your law enforcement career.
How long are you in that field training park for? Does it?
The field training park is, I got to think about how many weeks it is. It's 13. I think it's 13 weeks. I'm kind of talking off the cuff here, but, and sometimes that's your home park. Yellowstone we're really lucky. We're one of those parks to have a field training park and staff in place that can field train folks in person.
Awesome.
And what's the kind of stuff that people are exposed to in that training? Like if somebody's interested in going through that, like what would they expect to be exposed to?
Yeah, I think this kind of ties into to another portion of some of the questions. At the core of these jobs, we are federal law enforcement officers. Like that is the core of what we're doing. And so, for example, FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, they do foundational, like basic law enforcement training. So everything from some people's first day on the firearms range with your pistol and your shotgun and your rifle, to patrol tactics, like how do I literally drive my police car? How do I do high speed pursuits, kind of chases? How do I care for victims in cases? How do I physically maintain my fitness and show that I can ground fight with somebody that I'm going to need to go hands-on with in my career? How do I handcuff somebody? What are my arrest procedures? So it really takes you through all of the basics of how to be a cop.
Yeah. So it's like a good crash course then.
Yeah, you make it or you don't. It is a crash course. You have to have the mental space and be really there to want to do it, because it's not all fun and games at all.
Sure, for sure. I bet you build some really strong connections with the people that you go through that with, kind of like, boot camp or something.
Absolutely.
Well, before we let you go, Katie, do you have, we like to ask this of everybody because it's just fun for us, and I come up with more things that I want to do in my summer vacations, but do you have a favorite story or memory? It doesn't have to be from Yellowstone, any National Park Service unit that you visited or worked at. Do you have a favorite story?
It's going to come from Yellowstone. And I don't know if it's a specific story. I think what I would say is this kind of speaks to the specialness of living in these places. Living in Yellowstone is like being a National Geographic episode every day. And I would say it's amplified when you live in the interior, which I've lived in several times, and I don't now. But what I would say is you can almost gauge the rhythms of the year, like the seasons of the year, by the flow of the wildlife and the thoroughfares and the tracks that they are walking. And, just this season right now, as I'm not in Yellowstone, I'm in Glacier and I don't have the bison out my window. I'm starting to wonder if the cow bison right now with their big swollen bellies, if they're starting to make their way towards Mammoth Hot Springs and down to their calving grounds. And that always is like my sure sign that spring is coming. And I just think that's just one of the most incredible parts about living in Yellowstone, is that you can just, it feels very prehistoric to be living there with them and just watching these old rhythms just float by. Like we are truly just there in somebody else's world. And we're just guests. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty special.
Yeah. I love being in a place where it's like you said, those connections to like the natural world. Like the bluebirds are like, I heard a bluebird, spring is coming and everyone's just as excited as you are.
Yeah.
Whereas some places people will be like, what? The what? So that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us and taking the time. I know I speak for all of us, but we thank you all for your service and thank you for keeping us safe. I know I live like literally all of my neighbors are law enforcement rangers, so I just feel like the safest person whenever I'm out and about my home. So thank you all for what you and your team do day in and day out.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me. Thank you.
All right, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Katie Anderson. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review really helps new listeners find the show, so thanks for doing that. If you have a question or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast.
They're howling at 7:32. One of the things I often think about when we hear wolves howling is, I'm sure you know the story, that it was the last of the original Yellowstone wolves were killed in 1926, about half a mile from where we're standing. And so for any visitor that had come to Yellowstone from 1926 to 1995, when wolves were brought back and reintroduced and reestablished, I'm sure they had a great experience visiting the world's first national park, and they would have seen a lot of great stuff. But there's one thing that they missed out on. There would have been an unnatural silence here. But luckily we realized what a big mistake that was and figured out how to rectify it. So we're experiencing that right now. That silence is over. I'm Rick McIntyre. I work for the Park Service in Yellowstone National Park, and my title is Biological Technician.
This is Yellowstone National Park. Thanks for listening.
Yellowstone is the world's first national park, and everybody in America is very proud of that. But there's been a struggle to figure out what a national park should be like. And probably one of our founding philosophies is it should be natural. It should be a natural system that functions the way the Earth did before humans altered it. And so it was written into our policy that we're going to restore and protect natural systems. And the early managers of Yellowstone didn't really know what natural looked like. So we've been struggling towards natural our entire history, and that definition has evolved. And that definition, the modern one, now includes you need to have natural predators. And so we tried to eradicate them: wolves, cougars, coyotes, bobcat, lynx. We did that in the early part of the 20th century because we thought that was the ideal. We didn't have a complex mindset about policy in terms of natural. And so we restored wolves because the Park Service policy changed towards what is a natural system that includes large carnivores like wolves. We also had the Endangered Species Act come about as law in 1973 that says we cannot wipe some species off the face of the planet. And wolves are very much under that umbrella too. So the best answer as to why wolves were restored to Yellowstone is it makes it a natural system. It was the law, but finally people wanted it. The public's view of nature has changed and evolved. So creatures that were previously considered bad, scapegoats, have now had image alteration, and a lot of the public demanded that we bring some of these animals back. Well, most ecosystems are best when they're balanced. And I think it's safe to say that Yellowstone, without wolves and other carnivores, now keep in mind, cougars were also eliminated, and they came back on their own, and bear numbers declined, and that affected the balance of the ecosystem. And so ecologists refer to this as biodiversity, but emphasize the word diverse. Having a lot of different kinds of things at moderate numbers is better than having a lot of any one thing. And prior to wolf recovery, we had a lot of elk. We had a lot of coyotes, and we had very little things like willow and aspen and songbirds and beavers. And so the entry of wolves and other carnivores, because bears have increased and cougars have come back too. So now we're a carnivore-rich system, and we've restored that top layer of the system. So really the simplest way to look at it is all the parts of the system now are in place, and they're interacting differently. And I hesitate to use a value judgment-laden word, but it's healthier this way than we had certain parts of the system before that were absent. So all those things functioning together has made nature look like it used to before we started managing it. And those management intentions were good. We just didn't know enough about it. And so we have this makeover in Yellowstone now. We've brought carnivores back, wolves being the most high profile, and it's changed the way Yellowstone looks. Elk are perhaps the most controversial and talked about aspect of wolf recovery. And that's odd because elk are a species unto themselves, but many people equate Yellowstone with elk. That's arguably our most famous species. They've been debated and studied since the late 1800s. Elk are iconic in the West as a huntable species. And so elk are very important, and wolves eat elk. So do cougars, so do bears, so do coyotes. A lot of things eat elk. People eat elk. And so the system in many ways hinges on elk. So what wolves and other carnivores do to elk is very important. And very simply, prior to wolf recovery, predation pressure by natural carnivores was very low. No wolves, no cougars, few bears. Bears were here, but their numbers were lower. And that caused the elk population to grow to very large numbers. In fact, a lot of ecologists and scientists criticize Yellowstone for having too many elk. The effect of elk was so dominant on the ecosystem that they suppressed other things. To the point where managers outside the park were hunting elk at high rates to try and depress this burgeoning elk herd. With our wolf recovery in the mid-90s, with natural cougar recolonization, with growth in the bear population after decades at low numbers, predation pressure has increased, accompanied by the management practices outside the park where people were hunting elk. All of these things together have caused the elk population to decline. And the Park Service considers that a success story. And that's hard to describe to a lot of people, especially some people who can't understand how less is more. We live in a culture where more is always better, but fewer elk brings about that ecosystem balance, that biodiversity that the Park Service seeks as natural. And that's a very important goal for the Park Service. And so having these large carnivores, and Yellowstone may be the place in the world that's got, in North America, that's got the best mix of diversity and density of large carnivores, that will affect the elk population to lower. But we're arguing as a Park Service that that's more natural or healthier, which is defined as better for the system. And this is a very hard thing to convey because a lot of people liked a lot more elk. It's better hunting. And so this is a complex relationship. But wolves have contributed, not solely, to a decline in elk. Perhaps the most commonly asked question about wolf recovery is that, did we reintroduce the wrong wolf? And this is a long answer, so I'll try and make it as short as possible. Our naming of nature is an artificial system developed by Carl Linnaeus, a Swedish monk in the 1700s. And I don't want to criticize Linnaeus, and he did a great job. But essentially, it's an artificial system putting names in parts of nature that might not be actually different things. But there are different things in nature. You have plants and animals, and they're different, and we can call them that, and it works. And his system really works very well until you get down to the very finest levels of naming, of distinction. That's the subspecies level. You have species, and then below species you have subspecies. And wolves are the worst example of the subspecies concept. The leading wolf biologist in the world does not believe that subspecies even apply to wolves. And why is that? You get different subspecies, and originally there were 24 different subspecies of wolves. Now there are 5. It's constantly being reduced. And of course, this prominent wolf biologist thinks there should be none. But how do you get different kinds of things in nature? Different populations become isolated so they no longer interbreed. When they don't interbreed anymore, the genetics become different. When the genetics become different enough, they become different things. First subspecies and then species. Wolves always get around, and it's very hard to isolate 2 populations of wolves. Very hard. Nothing stops a wolf. Not a mountain range, not a river, sometimes not even oceans. The wolves here immigrated to Asia and back. They're very good at getting around, so you don't get much isolation. The best genetics show that wolves in Mexico to wolves in the Arctic are on a continuum of change from south to north. So there's no place we can go in and say, this group of wolves is different from that group. That's a genetic analysis. And the Mexican wolf can interbreed with the Arctic wolf very capably. So did we reintroduce the wrong thing? No. Were the wolves that we put here slightly different from the wolves that existed here 100 years ago? Probably. Nature's always changing. We looked at the weights of the handful of wolves, 31 from Canada, which is a very small number, and they were slightly larger than the wolves that existed here 100 years previously, 6 to 8% larger. That is well within the natural variation of wolf size across the continent. So despite this frequently asked question that these Canadian wolves are unnaturally large and they're therefore at a very big advantage to killing these elk because these elk aren't used to such a large predator, of all the arguments not to have wolves, and there are some good ones, they're tougher to live with, that's an absolutely good argument. The idea that we put something in here that's exotic or different is perhaps one of the weakest. Wolves do not kill for sport. That is a fact. Why? The average wolf weight, if we threw all the wolves together, males, females, subadults, adults, pups, is about 100 pounds. The average cow elk's 500 pounds, the average bull elk's 750. They risk injury or death. When you attack something 5 to 7 times as large as you, that ain't a fair fight. So they risk tremendous injury or death trying to take something on bigger than them. So they prey on things in a risk-averse fashion. They only kill what they need to exist, and we've got great data on this. Will they kill more than they can eat? If the risk equation balances out in their favor, they will. What does that mean? Late winter, belly-deep snow, elk are weak, they'll kill more than they can immediately eat, but underline the word immediately. We had a situation in March 1996 where one pack of wolves killed 5 elk in one day. And they cycled back and ate everything on those 5 elk in over a 2-week period. Now they were competing with ravens and coyotes and magpies and eagles because they were trying to consume it too. Because as everybody knows, the bounty of nature is shared and competed for. So they went back and they tried to eat it all. But that is common predatory behavior. When you can get an edge, when you can get more food. Humans do this too. When oil is cheap, we burn more oil. When wolves can kill more elk, they kill more elk. Because why? That equals more pups. But they only do it when they can. So on average, wolves do not kill healthy elk. It's too hard. If all you can eat are healthy elk, the wolf population goes down. Wolves make their living on vulnerable elk. And so their population waxes and wanes based on vulnerabilities. And hard winter is a vulnerability, but so are things like age and health status and condition, bone marrow. All these different things affect elk vulnerability. And that's what's important to wolves, and that's what they're shooting to take advantage for. Remember, there's no creature in nature that doesn't look for advantages. So no, they do not kill for fun, but yes, they will kill for more what they can immediately eat. But if left alone by humans, and this is very important, I get sent emails all the time showing an elk killed by wolves and not eaten, but there's tire tracks, there's human tracks, there's horse tracks. The wolves were bumped off the kill. People found the kill to take a picture of it. Left alone, as we've demonstrated here in Yellowstone, and we've seen it more, killing a couple elk sometimes is fairly common. If they're not disturbed, they'll eat everything. They won't do it immediately because they have a capacity on their stomach. So very, very important point. Killing for fun or bloodthirsty reasons is not true. People should not be afraid of wolves. There are three primary reasons that people are against having wolves on a shared human landscape. One is they compete with us for wild prey. That's valid. That's true. Two, they occasionally kill livestock. It's rare, but it does happen, and then that's valid too. The third reason is there's a human safety threat, and that is largely overblown. During the entire 20th century in North America, there were about, and I'll be off by one or two, 20 attacks on humans. None of them were fatal. All of them dealt with habituated animals, usually fed food. And we're very concerned about that in the park. When you feed an animal food, it loses its natural fear of people and it can become dangerous. But very different for wolves compared to bears or cougars. They never attack a person on their first encounter with a human. So the first time a bear encounters a person, a sow with a cub, or a cougar encounters a person, they might attack. And bear fatalities and cougar fatalities are much greater than wolves. Wolves always have to overcome their natural fear. I don't know where it comes from, but they have a natural fear of humans. They've got to overcome that. That's usually through habituation, typically food conditioning, but not always. Of those 20 attacks that were recorded, some were habituation just through exposure, from being around people in a non-threatening way. So wolves have to overcome this natural fear, and then they may attack. 6 of those attacks were bites from Alaskan pipeline workers feeding them part of their lunch. So 6 of those 20 attacks were from that. Since that paper was published, there have been 2 fatalities. And both of those wolves probably were food conditioned. Some were dump wolves, and others lived around a logging camp. And so those animals, those are examples of wolf fatalities. So it can happen, but it's extremely rare and less likely for other carnivores. A big question that's often asked about wolf recovery was, you said the wolves are just going to stay in the park. And I'm fine with wolves in the park. I just don't like them out, because when you leave the park, it's a very much a human-dominated landscape. That's another misconception of wolf recovery. The plan written to restore wolves to this region never said the wolves would stay in the park. And it's different outside the park because wolves are managed by the states, and so they have different policies and objectives than the park does. The park generally stated management philosophy is preservation, which means no use. That's not a pure definition, because we do manage other species. The state's objectives are largely conservation. That means wise use. Both of those objectives are fine, and they're determined by people, and neither one is better than the other. They're just different. And so naturally they clash a little bit, because there's no wolf hunting inside Yellowstone, and there is wolf hunting outside of it. Wolves have to live with people outside of Yellowstone, and that does create conflict. It is true to say that life is easier without wolves than with them, for the reasons I stated previously. They can compete with us for elk and deer, and they do occasionally kill dogs and livestock. And so they need to be managed outside the park, and that's okay. That's part of it. And there's some data, although other researchers are questioning this, that if species are hunted or if species that cause a problem can be immediately dealt with, social tolerance increases. So inside Yellowstone, we don't have to deal with those issues. We don't have to deal with issues of predation on pets or livestock, or taking elk inappropriately because I wanted to get that elk. So we have a different approach, but both approaches are okay and occur in different areas. So this is a very common situation for wildlife management across North America. Animals go over political boundaries and they're subjected to different management regimes, and that's the way it is, and that's okay for wolves too. Yes, wolves that live primarily in Yellowstone have been killed outside the park. This probably has not affected the population much numerically. One year we lost 12% of our population in 2012. This year we lost only 4 wolves. Last year we lost none. So the number of wolves taken is highly variable and generally below 3%, except that year 2012 where it reached 12%. And it probably didn't, even at that level, affect our population numerically. But what's important, and the reason my answer to that question was yes, is the Park Service mission is to manage for a natural population. Wolves are very social animals, so they have a social network that's important to how they function as a pack or a family. And we don't have as much information on that social functioning as we do about their population numbers. And we know that there is a harvestable surplus in terms of numbers. And that has not been exceeded so far for Yellowstone. But there are some questions if you remove a key wolf in the pack, a high-ranking individual, so to speak. What's the impact on that pack? Or a second-ranking individual. What does that do to pack dynamics? In one case, it caused the pack to split apart. Was that because that high-ranking individual was removed, or would that pack have split up naturally? Those are important questions for the Park Service to wrestle with, because even though that doesn't affect the numbers of wolves, it affects how wolves live on the landscape and function to themselves. And places like Yellowstone hold this dearly, because most wolves across North America are impacted by people. And most biologists would argue at a sustainable level. We still have lots of wolves across North America, but we really don't know certain aspects about wolf life. And this social aspect is the one we know the least about. So if we're going to be managers of Yellowstone that pursue these ideals of naturalness, I think it's important to include all aspects. And so which wolves get removed and how that impacts the pack and the population, and importantly, the pack's relationship to each other, because they're always competing against each other. And if one pack loses some key individuals, we know that the individual makeup of packs affects how they compete with each other. It also affects how they prey on elk. We know big males are important to helping take down elk. So those are questions we're wrestling with. So to say removing wolf has no impact on the wolf population, you have to qualify what you mean. Are you talking numeric or are you talking social? And we're still looking for those issues, for those answers. Wolves are one of the most studied species in the world. Beginning in the late 1950s, they weren't. And because of the problems that are associated living with wolves, a lot of studies were kicked off in the 50s and 60s. And now they're one of the most studied animals on the planet. And so it's hard to advance your knowledge in that kind of arena. But Yellowstone has. There was a book published in 2003, which was a review of all the science done on wolves up to that point. And in the introduction of that book, the authors said, we've tried to include as much knowledge as Yellowstone has learned in the first few years, but Yellowstone holds the most promise to unlocking some of the wolves' secrets that are so far unknown. And I think Yellowstone has done that. And that's because, and this is somewhat controversial, We've had a good radio coloring record, so we're able to follow individuals and packs. The park is big, but it's more accessible than, say, Northern Canada or Alaska. And about half our population is viewed daily from the road. And this is an odd feature of recovery that I didn't think would occur. I thought wolves would be more secretive and shy, but we're getting information about pack dynamics, about individuals, about predation, about interactions with other species on a daily basis. And there's no other study in the world that's doing that. And then we do the traditional things, radio tracking, airplanes, genetics, drawing blood, looking at disease exposure, that all the other studies do. So you combine the traditional scientific methods with citizen science and daily observation and a public that loves to come here and see wild nature. And again, I can't overemphasize how important wolf recovery has been just to public enjoyment. Yellowstone is the best place in the world to view wolves, and people come here to do it, and that's immeasurably important to the park's goals and policies, that people see intact nature. So yeah, Yellowstone has changed the world's view of wolves. And we're in the news all the time. And I think having positive news out there about wolves, because to be honest, there is a lot of negative, because they're hard to live with. But having Yellowstone there, providing this positive, good news, has been very important, not only for Yellowstone, but what we know about wolves and the image of wolves worldwide.
So it's not really a vocalization. It's not a call. What you heard is a Wilson snipe doing its territorial sound, but it's made with its wings and its tail. What male Wilson snipe do this time of the year in the spring, they do this flight, these winnowing flights is what they're called. So each time they flap their wings, it pushes air through the stiff outer tail feathers, and it makes that woo, 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 woo kind of sound. They make that sound to establish their nesting territory and attract a female. It's a courtship sound. I've had people describe it to me in various ways. They sometimes think it's an owl. They're not sure what it is. Some people think it's a motor noise. It's a metallic sound. It's going on over your head, so it's really hard to pinpoint where the bird is. Plus, the bird's tiny. It's about the size of a robin. They're actually very delicately beautiful when you get to see them up close. It's a really neat bird. It's a bizarre little bird. It's eerie, it's strange, because it's often happening at dusk or at night, so it's coming out of the darkness. That's what's fascinating, is that it happens at a time that's sort of magical. I always think of dusk as magical, because almost anything can happen. Your imagination kind of goes wild. And when you hear sounds out of this, semi-darkness, they seem ethereal, otherworldly, wild, and they are. And it's neat. We use other senses. I love when we use more than just our eyes. I'm Katie Duffy. I'm the interpretive planner for Yellowstone National Park. I've been hooked on birds, obsessed with them for 40 years. I'm an addicted birder.
This is Yellowstone National Park. Thanks for listening.
Welcome, and thanks for tuning in to this episode of CoreCast. I'm Marissa Lubeck. Bison are an icon of North America. Images of buffalo herds roaming wild through the open plains have been symbolic throughout American history. However, bison today are restricted to less than 1% of their original range, according to new research by the USGS, Department of the Interior, and various other private and governmental agencies. I'm here with Peter Gogan, USGS scientist on this Bison Specialist Committee. Good afternoon, Pete.
Well, thank you, Marissa.
Bison are an iconic species. I understand at one time more than tens of millions wandered the plains from northern Mexico all the way up to Alaska. How many bison live in the wild today?
There are some 430,000 bison in North America at this time, but the vast majority are in private ownership and raised for meat production. They're selected for their tameness and body conformation. There's a saying in the bison breeding world, rump, not hump, which shows what kind of body conformation they're looking for. There are about 20,000 bison in conservation herds. Those are the herds managed by public agencies and private conservation organizations.
Is there only one species of bison in North America, and where are these animals mostly located?
There is only one North American species of bison, but there are two subspecies, the plains bison of the continent's grasslands and the wood bison of the boreal forests. Most bison are located in the western half of the continent, with herds extending from northern Mexico to Alaska.
Are bison in any danger of extinction, and what are some of the major threats that they face today?
American bison are not in danger of extinction. However, plains bison do show evidence of introgression of cattle genes, which means they've been hybridized with cattle. And this has been found even in many of the Department of Interior herds. Also, some of the larger herds, including plains bison in Yellowstone and Grand Teton National Parks and wood bison in Canada's Wood Buffalo National Park, have been infected with livestock diseases. This creates special challenges in management of the animals.
Why is it important to maintain genetic diversity in these populations? Because it seems to me that 20,000 are quite a fair number.
That is a fair number if they were all in one herd. However, the isolated nature and small size of many of the bison herds makes them potentially vulnerable to inbreeding depression, and this has already been documented in the Texas state bison herd. The animals started to show very low reproductive success and very low calf survival, which are both characteristics of inbreeding depression. And it was getting to the point, because there were no young animals being brought into the herd, that most of the herd was becoming quite old. Recently, the state worked with a private bison owner to bring in some animals from a different location to reverse the problem there in Texas.
In a recent report on bison that you co-authored, you talk about how bison shape the landscape of North America. What do you mean by this?
Over their original distribution, bison influenced the structure, composition, and stability of the plant and animal communities. This is such that they would eat some of the vegetation, mostly grasses, and leave forbs and other plants for other species such as pronghorn antelope. There were an estimated 100 million bison wallows all over the plains of the continent that had a major effect on the hydrology and runoff of water from rains or snowmelt. In some cases, the ponds created by the wallows were used by a couple of species of toads as breeding areas. Also, there are a number of grassland bird species that, in the combination of bison grazing and fire, created the habitat that these species needed for nesting success.
What were some of the major findings of this report?
The report recognizes that international cooperation across federal, state, and provincial governments and North American tribes and First Nations are necessary to enhance the conservation of the species. Also, that special attention is needed to maintain the allelic diversity or genetic diversity in bison herds with no evidence of cattle hybridization. Especially, these herds need to have satellite herds established so the genetic material is protected from any catastrophic events. Some herds with history of cattle hybridization do contain unique genetic material, and those also warrant conservation. Also, the known and potential livestock diseases pose a particular challenge to management and conservation of bison throughout the continent.
Pete, can you explain about the Bison Management Working Group that has been developed by the Department of the Interior and the USGS role within this group?
The working group began as a grassroots organization where the natural resource managers for national parks and U.S. Fish and Wildlife refuges got together to discuss common concerns regarding management and conservation of bison within each of their units. meetings would include Park Service and Fish and Wildlife Service personnel, along with some academics and some USGS personnel. And we would meet on an annual basis. The meetings were quite successful, typically at a park or refuge where we would look at the facilities that they had for management of bison and discuss their specific issues. These went on for about 10 years, and then the Secretary of Interior's office decided to create a bison conservation working group, which includes higher level people from within DOI agencies, especially National Park Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Land Management, and also representatives from other federal agencies such as the Forest Service and Department of Defense. And that group has really only just begun its work. It's had just a couple of meetings, and it's just right now setting out its agenda and a timetable for its objectives.
After studying bison so extensively, what are the things that you admire or find exceptionally interesting about these animals?
The thing that I noticed, especially about bison, is that when you're around them or near them, you really can't help notice them. They're a strong presence on the landscape, and my eye especially is drawn towards them. You can't really ignore bison when you're anywhere near them, or even in seeing a large herd in the distance. They're just an impressive animal.
Thank you for speaking with us today, Pete.
You're more than welcome, Marissa.
This podcast is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior. I'm Marissa Lubeck. Thanks for tuning
in. Welcome to Core Facts, where we're always short on time and big on science. I'm Brian Campbell. Today's question is, why is Yellowstone called Yellowstone? Contrary to popular belief, Yellowstone was not named for the abundant yellow-colored rhyolite lavas in the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone that have been chemically altered by reactions with steam and hot water to create vivid yellow and pink colors. Instead, the name was attributed as early as 1805 to Native Americans who were referring to yellow sandstones along the banks of the Yellowstone River in eastern Montana, several hundred miles downstream and northeast of the park. And now you know. Join us again every week for a new Core Fact. For other Core Facts, or for CoreCast, our in-depth science podcast, go to usgs.gov/podcasts. If you'd like to have a question featured on our show, give us an email at corefacts@usgs.gov or a phone call at 703-648-5600. Remember, long-distance fees do apply. Core Facts is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry.
So you're brand new, so I'll just let's.
One.
Oh, you do have one?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll take an extra. We'll have an extra. Awesome. So you've used them before, right?
No, I just got one.
Okay.
I'm standing on the side of the Loop Road in northern Yellowstone with biologist Andrew Ray and his intern Casey Fitzgibbon. Before we hike away from the road, Andrew is explaining how to deploy bear spray in case we have a close encounter with a bear. He holds the 8-inch canister of pepper spray in one hand and puts his thumb on the plastic safety.
What you need to know, right? You got to take the safety off to be able to pull the trigger, all right? And it's not an easy thing to do, but you just lift that up.
Yeah.
All right. But if something's coming, we're all gonna sort of stand abreast. Mm-hmm. We're gonna phase it. We're gonna talk to it, but we're gonna have this at the ready. And part of having this at the ready is having your safety off, okay? Because otherwise, you're just pushing down on the safety.
Andrew spreads out a map across the tailgate of his truck and points to a spot in the mountains above us.
So just to give you guys a quick orientation. So we're here on the Loop Road, and you know the big blacktail ponds. We're over here. We're going to hike up, and our goal is to hit site number 2 there. So it's a nice little pond sitting on the top of the hill, fantastic views, and it's a great spot for chorus frogs and tiger salamanders.
Andrew is a biologist with the National Park Service's Inventory and Monitoring Division.
Yeah, I get to spend my summer knee-deep in these habitats that most people don't take time to wade into. And I get to explore them.
It's May, and snow is still melting off the higher elevations in the park. Hiking up the hill far above the road, we bump into 7 or 8 elk moving off into the trees. We start talking about how the haunting sounds of elk bugling in the fall are one of the signature sounds of the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah, so just as much as that sort of leaves an impression, right? Like that rich, real, authentic sound of wildlife, that's what chorus frogs are. You know, that's the sound of a marsh. If marshes make sound, that's the sound of a marsh.
And Andrew says we'll know the frogs when we hear them. They sing, sometimes a few at a time, and sometimes a full chorus of many frogs. Moving over the hill, we see a small pond below us. There's a wet grassy area leading into it. We think that we hear a few chorus frogs, but they quiet down as we approach. So they get all shy when you...
Yeah, but that's the really cool thing about frogs is once you sit there and you sit still, they'll resume what they were doing, you know, so they'll suspend calling for a little bit and go into that duck and cover mode. But once you sit there and they realize, you know, you're not a threat, they'll resume what they're doing, so they'll go right back to calling.
Huh.
Yeah.
We sit quietly for a few minutes, and then, one by one, they start singing again.
It's pretty fun to try to break it down, right? And like, it sounded like 2 individuals were down there for a while, then a third chimed in, and there was at least one here. And they're actually really rapid calls, so it's just a second or two, and it's like you're running your thumb down the tines of a comb, that sound, right? So you're hearing it, and then they'll do maybe 20 of those, or 25 of those in a minute, so it's just... they're really blasting it out, advertising where they are. Now I hear one over there.
Okay, yeah, so what are they doing right now?
They're advertising their presence, right? So they're standing, they're ultimately trying to attract a mate. But they're letting other males know they're present, that they've got this spot of the pond, and then they're letting a female know where they are. You know, they're so small. The vocalizations can help bring in the female.
Sometimes the frogs will chorus from April all the way into July. And when they really get going, the sound can be intense, like this. But Andrew says their full sound isn't even the most unusual part about chorus frogs. Later in the year, as late fall comes to Yellowstone,
they're looking for a place to go hibernate. We can't see it, obviously, but people who have measured it have started to see changes in their blood chemistry. So essentially, they're creating an antifreeze.
Yeah, he said antifreeze. It's a pretty amazing adaptation, allowing them to survive winter in Yellowstone. A winter that can last up to 6 months. The chorus frogs make their version of antifreeze by producing extra glucose in their blood.
And they're in that state as long as it's snowy, but it's absolutely remarkable to me that they overwinter just inches below the surface.
And the glucose in their blood protects their cells from collapsing while frozen.
And what happens is upwards of 2/3 of their body is frozen. So completely frozen, with a heart that has stopped altogether, limbs that don't move, and lungs that don't function.
As crazy as that is, freezing just below the surface turns out to have a big benefit as winter comes to a close.
When temperatures start to warm in the spring, the exact opposite happens, right? You start to get a little bit of heart and lung function, and eventually their extremities start to move. And the cool part about that is when you're really close to the surface and you get some early warm spring days, you're the first to respond.
if the other species of amphibians are a meter down below the frost line and deep into burrows, the temperatures aren't changing as rapidly as they are at the surface. So these frogs are the first to get into ponds as soon as the ice and snow is off the surface. And so they're in the ponds earliest because they're the closest to the surface.
This gives the chorus frogs a potential advantage over other amphibians and more time to take advantage of seasonal wetlands that may dry up later in the summer. Yellowstone is home to 4 other species of amphibians, including western tiger salamanders, Columbia spotted frogs, western toads, and plains spadefoot toads. There is one kind of environment, though, that they all need: shallow water habitats. Biologists are concerned about how much of this habitat will be available in the future. As temperatures in the Earth's climate rise, these shallow water habitats could dry up.
One of the consequences of a warmer climate is less snow and less water to fill places like this. So the sounds that we hear that are unique to this place and the organisms that are present in these habitats, they don't have the ability to escape that. They don't have the ability to move away from that. There will certainly be water and snow in Yellowstone long into the future. But a river with fish or a deep lake with fish is very different than this place that's before us. And so I guess the thing I want people to think about is there are biodiversity and physical consequences to a warming temperature. And these sort of special habitats that are so biologically rich, they're the most threatened by a changing climate.
In one warm, dry year during the monitoring study, the shallow water habitat shrunk by 40%. This led to a 50% reduction in breeding pairs of boreal chorus frogs. Andrew thinks it's likely that we'll see more of that in the future. And the potential for shrinking amphibian habitat isn't just in Yellowstone.
I mean, these are a group of organisms that were here before dinosaurs were here, okay? And so they're going to be here probably after humans are gone. But I think we can expect a future that has fewer amphibian species than were here historically. And when I say here, I don't necessarily mean Yellowstone, but I mean on Earth. And there are places where there really is a crisis, where amphibians are blinking out.
Andrew says that the northern leopard frog, which used to be present just south of Yellowstone in Grand Teton National Park, hasn't been seen in decades. And so understanding what is going on with the remaining amphibians in Yellowstone depends on the data that Andrew and others are collecting.
So we study 31 watersheds around Yellowstone and Grand Teton, spread all around the park, or all around both parks. And they represent just 1%. I think there's 3,370 watersheds, and we study just 31 of them. But we revisit those watersheds every year, and we survey all of the ponds in those watersheds. And it's our hope that in another decade or in 2 decades, then we'll have a data set that really does allow us to talk about long-term change. So while a warm year now may be followed by a cool, wet year, our future in this place looks drier, which I think our data suggests means fewer ponds that support breeding chorus frogs, but also fewer ponds that support breeding Columbia spotted frogs, tiger salamanders, and western toads. And while those are our vital signs, there's lots of other wetland-dependent species: beavers, trumpeter swans, moose, bats. Some bats are specialists to wetlands. And so if you have fewer wetlands on the landscape, you have fewer opportunities for those individuals to access water. So while we're studying frogs, we like to remind people that they serve as just a proxy for other species that are dependent on wetlands.
We're standing near the same small pond when the weather starts to shift. Darker clouds move in off the horizon, and Andrew and Casey and I decide to pack up and head back towards the trucks. As we're getting ready to go, I asked Andrew why they chose boreal chorus frogs to monitor in the first place.
We know that amphibians don't occupy every wetland in Yellowstone. We'd be naive to think that they do. But we know species like boreal chorus frogs from our monitoring. They occur in, a third of the wetland habitats throughout Yellowstone and Grand Teton. That's high elevation, that's low elevation, that's near a river, that's far away from a river. They can use shallow, isolated habitats. And using something that's common and widespread is valuable. And we want to keep those things common. If those things become imperiled, the things that we know historically were common, then that should give us pause. That should make us think about what might be driving that change.
Biologists view amphibians as a kind of litmus test for big picture changes in the environment and the overall health of the environment. But Andrew thinks that amphibians have a value beyond just being a vital sign for the park.
I think it's relatable because a lot of us have had experiences with amphibians, and we can still have those today. But amphibians, like so many organisms, are experiencing declines, and it's an opportunity to discuss our impacts, societal impacts on biology, but it's also, a place to talk about discovery and to talk about biodiversity and to talk about climate change and to talk about the value of parks and protected places. So to me, why do we care? Because Yellowstone is a place that's still intact. And in terms of the lower 48, it's a really special place because it has its full complement of species. And so it's important that we look not only at grizzly bears and wolves and bison, but it's important that we also look at frogs and fish and microorganisms. The most basic and fundamental part is that it is a part of Yellowstone's biodiversity.
For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is telemetry.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how's it going?
I am great. How are you?
I'm good. I had a good weekend.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Hey, how are your pipes in your house doing? You like that transition?
Have you flushed your toilet today?
My pipes, I think they're good. Do you know something I don't that I don't know?
No, I just wanted to. That was the best transition that I could come up with.
That was terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
So no, I have a trivia question. I want to ask you.
Okay.
All right. So Yellowstone, we're a big park, 2.2 million acres, 4.5 million people roughly visit the park every year. We have a lot of infrastructure in the park that's hidden to support all that visitation. Part of those systems are water and wastewater systems in the park. So how many combined between the making clean water and then making dirty water clean? If you combine those two systems, how many of those are in the park?
Like pipes?
The number of
systems
of total systems. Yeah. So you don't have to. It's not like miles of pipe or anything.
Okay,
it's just
that's
like
what I was
a complete
trying to
system
anticipate.
because they're located all throughout the park. So if you were to count the total number, how many are there across the park?
15.
There are 23 wastewater systems and 21 water systems. So a combined 44.
So it wasn't even close.
It's a lot. It's and this is like something that I had no clue about until I started, working with the facilities team to document all of our infrastructure, from like the GOA projects and putting in money to improve our infrastructure. It is unbelievable how much infrastructure there is, and it's all hidden. Like no one sees it, but it's by design. It's all behind the trees and whatnot.
So do we know how many feet of pipe there are in this park? I really want to know that now.
I have no idea, but maybe our guest today, Jason Murphy, he's the utility systems facility manager for our water and wastewater systems. Do you know that answer?
The exact number off the top of my head, I do
centimeter to the millimeter.
No, thousands though.
Yeah.
Between water and sewer, it's thousands.
Yeah.
There's over 500 manholes. That one sticks in my head from that spec sheet. But
wow.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
That's a lot.
Water and sewer.
That's a lot.
Well, speaking of water and wastewater and manholes, how are you today? Another great transition.
It is a very great transition. I am fine.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us today.
How are your pipes?
My pipes are good.
Yeah.
Toilets are flushing.
Great.
That's a win. So, why don't we just kind of dive in? How did you get into the Park Service? Did you start in the Park Service, or did you even before then? Just how'd you get here?
My first Park Service job, I applied as a summer seasonal in 2001, and I was picked up as a wage grade 3 garbage truck operator, and not the driver, but I rode the garbage truck. We had ride-along garbage trucks in Canyon then. We had about 300 of those swinging bear cans, and I rode the garbage truck for that summer, picking up garbage in Canyon.
That seems like a fun job.
It was a very fun job.
So on the outside, you're the one hanging on the outside. That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the one that all the little kids want to be when they grow up.
Correct.
Yeah.
We've taken that away. Now they have mechanical arms that do that, but it was a very fun job.
They always got to ruin all the fun stuff. Yeah. So
can't hang on the back of a truck driving around town.
Yeah.
Anymore.
There's somebody probably got seriously injured, and then So how did you find that job? How did you hear about, how did you even know to apply?
Friends at University of Montana who came down here and worked for YCR as seasonals.
Okay.
And they were like, you should apply for these jobs. And
so are you from the area, or did you go to school here, or?
We were living in Missoula at the time. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, but we had moved out in 98 to Missoula, and just met some folks that, had been coming down and working seasonally for the Park Service. And the housing was a very big draw at that point, that you could get a job that came with housing.
Yeah.
So
in Yellowstone. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, between hanging off the back of a garbage truck and your current position, there's probably a few jobs in between those two things.
There's a few jobs in between. Yep.
What, you want to walk us through that?
Well, my father was in the utility stuff, so I kind of grew up with some of that, at least in the collections and distribution side of things. So I'd known about it. And then in between that summer season and kind of, still as a seasonal, working for, doing the ski school thing in the winter and then coming back. It was, even back then, it was recruitment and retention for water and wastewater operators was tough. People came and went pretty regularly, even going all the way back into the late 90s. So I kind of saw that there was a way to get in there then. I did then do a little stint for the Department of Defense in Germany, working for the Army for a few years in early 2002 through 2004 or 5 when we came back. And I've been here ever since then. And it was kind of that on-the-job training you could get and do some correspondence courses, grab some certifications, and then get in the door that way. And that was pretty much the easiest way to get a permanent job in Yellowstone.
Yeah. So we've done a handful of these interviews now, and the consistent thing is I think John Cataldo said, move at the speed of opportunity, is that it's just kind of being in a place and being willing to learn some new thing and then take advantage of it. So
I didn't leave.
Yeah. Yes, that is another way. It's just plant your roots. So, okay, so in your current job, so as the utility systems facility manager, do you have a typical day and or a time of year, or what does your job look like?
Well, let's be honest. There hasn't been any quite typical day since June 2023.
What happened then?
There was a flood.
Oh,
Yeah, there was a big flood. Yeah.
Yeah, so been pretty wrapped up in that project, getting the wastewater plant up and running here in Mammoth, which it's been up and running since July of.
Yeah. So
did I get the date mixed up? Was that 22?
22. Yeah.
So for folks that don't know, we had a big flood in June of 22 that washed away one of our roads, and in that road was a wastewater line that would take our sewage from Mammoth out to the town of Gardner where it was processed. And then when that line severed, we basically had to build a temporary wastewater facility in Mammoth.
We resurrected a facility that was last used probably in the late 60s, within a matter of 48 hours after we lost the main line down to Gardner.
It was like a zombie facility.
Yeah.
Came back from the dead.
Mm-hmm.
Got
a lot of chainsaws
Spooky.
and weed whackers out, and thanks to YCC and a bunch of other folks and fire crews for getting some stuff cleaned up, and we were able to utilize some existing infrastructure actually to great success for a while, to keep the community of Mammoth here. And then over the course of that year, I got those dates mixed up. So June 2022 to July 2023, build a biologically processing wastewater treatment facility here in Mammoth.
It's been
that
crazy
wasn't on your radar either. It was just like, oh, by the way, I know you have this to do, but this is a new thing that you have to do starting now.
Yeah. And, living in Lower Mammoth, looking down and seeing that thing go up, and just how fast, there's always speed bumps in the road, but I mean, with the government building things like building a wastewater facility in like less than a year isn't a typical timeline.
No.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that's been your primary thing to take care of is here.
Being on site. There's a few other folks like Molly, our park civil engineer, who's very critical in getting that up and running. We got great support from Denver Service Center, and then the contractors and stuff that stepped up to get it all going.
So with, all of the things that you're mentioning, is there like a skill set that you have that you found that has like kind of allowed you to be the most successful in your position?
I feel like I'm pretty adaptable, flexible, kind of got to roll with the punches. And you need to be creative and use what you have around you. Like I said, there's some folks here who have been here for a while. So when the flood happened, we reached out to a few people that have been here for a while, and they were like, you do this, and you got to have a good network of people to get all that information across and then implement. So being able to strategize quickly and then implement that plan. And that's kind of the general thing with utilities is stuff's going to happen and you're going to need to figure it out kind of on the fly. And you don't always have those parts on the shelf, or even whatever it is. If it's a water main break or something like that, you've got to really be able to react quickly, but yet systematically and approach to keep everyone safe and to get the job done.
Yeah, it's one of those things too that's like everyone's looking at you, waiting for you to figure it out too, because they're like just holding their pee over there, waiting to use the toilets again. Like,
yep.
It's a high stress.
I think situation. The park had a great team response too from the whole flood. That I don't think anyone was holding it too much.
I had my wag bags ready.
Yeah, right. You bust out the groover. We're going on a raft trip. But no, that's pretty much it. And then generally work a lot with outside partners, EPA, rural water associations for both Montana and Wyoming, Wyoming DEQ. This position here, and with Molly and the civil engineer for the park, we work a lot with Denver Service Center, and it is kind of that kind of position where you're balancing between the regulatory agencies. Wyoming is the only state in the nation that did not take primacy over drinking water, so we get the fun of we work with EPA for drinking water Region 8, and then Wyoming DEQ for wastewater. But yeah, and Wyoming DEQ also has everything to do with construction and permitting and things like that. So,
well, that's also the benefit. But the majority of our infrastructure is in Wyoming, right? Like we do have a little bit like that does bleed into Montana, but the majority of it's Wyoming. So, do you have a favorite part of the job? Like what do you wake up and enjoy doing? You know,
I like pumping sludge.
Yeah,
that's kind of like my favorite part of when I get out of the office or those kind of things. Pumping sludge is very rewarding.
Do you put that on like the calendar on the days that you get to do
We're
it?
doing
It's just
it a
like
lot
pumping
more
sludge.
than we ever have now with this new treatment facility. So,
It's gonna be a good
the
day.
closure of the wastewater loop. So
where does the sludge go?
Right now, it's going to the compost facility at the landfill in Logan.
Okay.
And they'll use it. They use it in the landfill. They mix it with wood chips, and most of the municipal wastewater treatment facilities in the area, Livingston, Bozeman, even Three Forks, and some of the other ones, they all use the compost facility too. So they use it in the as they layer things in, and when they close cells and in between intermediate stuff in the cells, they put that layer of that material. They mix it with wood chips and other things like that.
So if pumping sludge is your favorite part of the job, what is your least favorite part of the job?
That's a loaded question. I mean,
what are some of the challenges that you face in your job?
That's a better way to ask.
Yeah.
I think right now recruitment and retention is definitely a challenge. Finding certified operators nationwide is a challenge. I think through that whatever happened a couple of years ago, we don't want to talk about the pandemic, but
yeah,
we did lose a lot of that knowledge base and some of those older operators, and we're struggling as a profession nationwide from coast to coast.
Well, and you mentioned it even in your, when you were at Canyon doing garbage, that you noticed that it was hard to recruit and retain people back then. Is that just like, does anybody have an idea as to why that is? Is that just like the hazards of the profession, or is it like?
Yeah, and I think, it seemed kind of clear back then that, people with families, being someone who's experienced that, staying in the interior of the park and that remote duty station is difficult.
No pun intended.
No pun. Yeah. DOODI. That's just a struggle, even when we had children, and that was kind of my exodus from the interior after being out there for 8-9 years was, you want to be home, and that makes it difficult.
Can you kind of go into why, like, what are some of those difficult things that you have to
school?
Yeah. I mean, what does that look like, getting your kids to school?
We didn't.
Or homeschooling.
Yeah, that was not an option.
Yeah.
I could see like kindergarten, we could do blocks and, music and all the fun stuff. But no.
Teach me trigonometry.
My wife worked for the park for years, for 20 years, homeschooled. Yeah. So we decided not to do that. She was here in Mammoth at the time. And I was able to come into Mammoth and work out of the plumbing shop for about 10 years doing some HVAC stuff and just all kind of project work and things like that before this position came up.
So now that you're, in your facility manager position, and I'm guessing you supervise a handful of people, with all those challenges and trying to recruit and retain people, I mean, why do you stay here? What keeps you with the National Park Service?
Well, I've always loved being here. That I feel like that's, as far as recruitment goes, when you're looking for people who want to be here, you want wherever they are, whatever job it is. If you're in, Michigan or Florida or North Carolina, I would think anybody who you're recruiting for any job, you want the person to want to be where they're at least at that time. So I've always wanted to be here. I was in love with the park. Be honest, I was in love with the skiing in the park for a long, long time. I still am, but you just don't have that kind of time.
I was going to say, that
anymore.
sounds past tense.
Well, life, adulting,
kids,
there's adulting. So yeah. And just the idea of, and I always thought this, it might sound a little cliche, but you get to do some of that mission statement stuff, the stewardship model. Take Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, for example. It's the only treatment plant in the park that discharges directly into the Yellowstone River. So I always thought, even going back to 20 years ago, that you had a part of that kind of responsibility and stewardship. And plus you're doing a little bit of science. There's some science to it. And I just thought that was the best part of working in the park. And you can only, I was never going to be in REYP or anything like that. So it was just, for me, it was part of that. You could see that in the mission.
Yeah. Well,
relate to it.
And, 2001 is when you said you got your first job here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, between then and now, has there been some point in your career that you kind of identified as like a turning point or a defining moment that you're just like really stands out to you?
I think there's a lot, and not to talk, the flood was definitely one last 2 summers ago now. I think a defining moment was, getting that first permanent job, because that was a roller coaster. And then even progressing up and moving from the interior to Mammoth. That was a big deal.
And because that's like the whole, everything other than work. It is improved by being up here, not the logistics of with your kids and,
Mm-hmm.
things like that.
Yeah. That was when the skiing stopped.
Yeah. So I guess in some ways improved and in some ways.
Fun, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do get that. And that's a cutting edge. It cuts both ways. Like, it's super fun to be in the interior in the winter. You have access to all this stuff, but then on the flip side of the coin, you got to get on the snowmobile and drive to the store. So
I think it's important though, that we make sure that people know that the interior life in the winter is not, it's manageable. If you don't make a grocery list now, if you come and you work in the interior, you might want to start working on your grocery list.
You can't forget eggs.
You can't forget. Yeah. There's just a little bit, there's another level of logistics, and organization that goes to it. But I loved it. And that was a hard part of moving.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like I was abandoning something that, I really wanted. I always wanted, even when we were in Germany working, I was always like, oh, okay, this is great.
Yeah.
Europe, we're traveling.
Eating schnitzel.
Yeah. We get to go to Croatia on our day, on our trips or wherever it was. But I was always like, all right. And then the supervisor at the time, he would call my mom. Be like, is he coming back? No, he's not coming back yet. And so when we decided to pull the plug, it was just a phone call. It was like, okay, I'm ready. Come back. And they welcomed us back here with open arms and a lot of mosquito bites. Mary went down to the south entrance. There's not a lot of mosquitoes in Germany. That was the one.
Yeah. Not a lot of bugs in general, probably.
So, we're mentioning like recruitment, retention, finding the right kind of person. So say that there are people listening right now that are interested in this type of career. If they were to try to find this job on USA Jobs, what are they looking for? Like, is there a job series for like that you're hiring for, or typically that,
we typically were hiring for its utility systems repairer and operator. I believe the series is 4742.
Okay.
And we do hire. We have some higher graded positions that are open right now that would come with, being more certified at the beginning, but more and more we're opening positions that are entry level positions. We hope to do, in this recruitment push, we hope to do some other things. I don't want to, say things and never be able to implement them. So
yeah, this is recorded. So then
right,
it's like, no, you said you would do this.
Say-do gap is huge in this one.
Yeah.
But I think we want to get creative and work and talking to Wyoming Rural Water last Friday, and just reach out and try to come together with other organizations that are having the same problem and try to just pull together and work through this. Cause this is a nationwide kind of thing for us. In this field.
And it's one of those things, it's one of those professions that no one notices it until something isn't going right.
Mm-hmm.
And when it is going wrong, it's really bad.
Right.
Like it's like an emergency type of a thing. So yeah, do you have any advice for people, like if they wanted to get started in this, you know, like if they have their certifications and everything, it sounds like they would just apply for a job. But if somebody is brand new, like what do they start with?
I think you could start with, you know, like this is going to get edited. Even that quick Googling, like Water Environmental Federation or American Water Works Association, starting with that, I feel like a lot of things just start with that basic research, and then reach out. Every community has people that do this.
Everyone has wastewater.
Everyone has water and wastewater, you know, and I'm sure you've noticed somewhere driving around your town, you've seen somebody in a truck, Department of Public Works truck. Yellowstone is has municipal features. We operate, we plow roads, we make water, we do wastewater. I would encourage people to start there. Go to a water and wastewater district board meeting, meet people, get in that way with your local folks. There's a lot of people right now nationwide trying to start intern programs or apprenticeship programs or things like that. I would be really surprised if your local high school biology teacher or doesn't have or knows some way to get a hold of somebody in your community that knows the water and wastewater guy or gal.
Yeah. And going on a tour, like I went on a tour of a wastewater treatment plant, and it was like fascinating. Like I didn't really know what I was getting into, but it was like, I want to know more about how this actually, do you have like a really nutshell presentation of how that process works?
Yeah, it all depends on
fascinating.
On the treatment facility, right? Or whatever, if it's for wastewater, if it's a biological or a mechanical treatment facility, water, what the source is it groundwater, is it surface water, those kind of things.
So pick one, and like, it sounds like we have all the flavors in Yellowstone.
That's kind of an interesting.
Yeah. So if you were to say, what's the most complicated one? What's the wastewater facility here that's giving you the hardest time, and like kind of explaining?
Well, I think we deal with some of the aged infrastructure that gives us a harder time. I think some of the ideas behind, you know, you turn it off and you turn it on every year, that wears on a system more than the thought of maybe, well, you only use it 6 months out of the year, it should last double the time.
Yeah.
No. You know, and just in the learning of bringing this facility here in Mammoth online, it's a more modern treatment process than we have anywhere in the Park Service. You know, Teton, we went down to Teton. Patrick Larson down at Teton has an MBR there at Moose that they've had probably maybe inside 10 years. We went down there and we talked to him and we learned about some of that. And I think what was good for us is we had that Great American Outdoors Act push already going. So we had a lot of this stuff we had a year under our belts of planning for building Old Faithful and Grant Village and Canyon. So we had some of that experience with the engineering firms already to kick this off the ground.
And one of the things I learned, you know, going out with you guys is when you said aging infrastructure, a lot of our facilities were put in like 40 plus years ago, right? And what's the average lifespan of a facility?
Well, I think that the average lifespan of a facility is if it was maintained. And we've struggled with that for a whole host of reasons. But I struggle with the idea of putting a number on it.
Gotcha.
You know, like I don't want to say, you know, it's going to last for 50 years. It's going to last as long as we need it to last if we take care of it.
Yeah.
We're lucky here. We're not in a situation like a municipality that's going to put in another 15,000 homes. So we can cap our capacity for the most part. So we don't need to worry about having another 1 million gallons of capacity when we might do some lodging updates and infrastructure stuff like that, but we're not going to have those same issues like a municipality, like a Bozeman or somewhere else.
But even like, so if these facilities were put in 40 or 50 years ago, visitation was much lower, and were the facilities kind of built that there was room to grow them, or are we kind of now?
We run everything, even from my time here, everything that's on when it's on. I always go back to the campgrounds were full in 2001 when I showed up, and the lodging was full in 2001 when I got here, right? Like, those plants were operating the same way then as they are now. They're on Mac, 14 hours a day or 24 hours a day. They're running at that capacity that they were designed.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, admittedly. So this is an anecdote that I like to say. When I was a little kid, you'd always drive by the wastewater plant and you'd get the smell. And my mom's like, "Oh, that's the wastewater plant." And in my mind, I thought it was like the pipes dumped into like a plant with like leaves. And there was like a plant that just like ate
Absorbed
all of the waste. And I was like, wow, that's a really cool plant. Like just like trees, they take the carbon dioxide out of the air.
Well, plants don't tomato plants grow out of the sludge because we can't like process tomato seeds or something? Or am I just like, did I dream? That's a weird dream to have.
I think I've heard something along those lines. But I mean, wetland treatments is a very real process.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not far off.
Thank you for not making me feel so silly.
No. He's winking at us across. You guys can't see it, but he's like, we'll make Jake feel better.
Yeah. So the last question we like to ask everybody before they go is, do you have like a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other national park that's just like a fun thing to share with our listeners?
I just think I was really lucky for the better part of 12 years to have my family here, raise my kids here in the park, and just have that experience. I feel blessed to have gotten to where I'm at today, and I look forward to, taking the challenges head on and getting to where we're going to go tomorrow. And then all those great powder days at Canyon over the course of 9 winters are always in the back of my head.
Do you think your kids like fully grasp the fact that they grew up in like that's not normal to get to grow up in Yellowstone?
Yeah, I think I do actually.
Cool.
Yeah, I think they do. As much as a teenager can grasp.
Yeah, I mean,
she didn't have a phone then, so yeah.
Those are those like icebreaker things that I think they can be like, I grew up in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
Good story.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time and to talking about water and wastewater with us. It's one of those things that getting to go out with you guys and your team and seeing what you do, it's really very interesting. Also, I think everyone in Mammoth and the hotels and everybody that's here, the fact that we can even be here because you guys got that facility up and running as fast as you did. We really appreciate that as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. It took a lot of people.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Jason Murphy. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedo. Thanks for listening.
Yellowstone is a long dormant but restless volcanic system. Lots of earthquakes, significant ground deformation, magmatic gas emissions, heat emissions. This geologic restlessness, which at almost any other volcano would be alarming, this is the norm. That's just Yellowstone being Yellowstone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Eyes on Earth, a podcast produced at the USGS Aero Center. Our podcast focuses on our ever-changing planet and on the people at Aeros and around the globe who use remote sensing to monitor the health of Earth. My name is Jane Lawson, and I'll be hosting today's episode, where we're talking about the use of thermal remote sensing in the Yellowstone National Park area and other science benefits of thermal remote sensing. Greg Vaughn with the USGS is the remote sensing lead for the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory and research geologist for the Astrogeology Science Center. Greg uses nighttime thermal views from both the Landsat TIRS sensor and Terra's Aster sensor to monitor for changes in temperature at thermal features in the Yellowstone National Park. Greg is here today to tell us more about his work and why it's important. And then we'll hear more about Landsat's thermal uses from Terry Soule, Head of Science at AROS. To begin, welcome, Greg, to Eyes on Earth.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Just to be clear, you don't work for the National Park Service, but rather the USGS Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. What does the observatory do, and what does your role involve?
Yes, that's right. I work very closely with the National Park Service, but I work for the USGS Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, and my duty station is at the Astrogeology Science Center in Flagstaff. The USGS has 5 volcano observatories that are tasked with monitoring the approximately 170 active or potentially active volcanoes in the U.S. and in U.S. territories. The Yellowstone Volcano Observatory monitors the Yellowstone magmatic and hydrothermal system. Yellowstone is a virtual observatory. There is no physical central office location. We have people located in many different places. YVO is a consortium of 9 different organizations, including the state geological surveys of the 3 states that Yellowstone touches, Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho. We have partners at Montana State University, University of Wyoming, University of Utah, EarthScope, and of course the National Park Service and the USGS. Additionally, the USGS arm of YVO is also responsible for monitoring and reporting on any volcanic activity in the Intermountain West. For example, if there were ever renewed volcanic activity or unrest at one of the 4 corner states. But obviously the main focus of YVO is to provide monitoring and hazard assessment of the volcanic hydrothermal system in Yellowstone and earthquake activity in the Yellowstone region. And we conduct research on volcano monitoring methods and techniques and fundamental scientific research just to better understand the volcanic and hydrothermal system in the Yellowstone region. In my job, in addition to spending a lot of time looking at Yellowstone, I also support other volcano observatories. If there's ever any activity at volcanoes in Hawaii or Alaska, I also will look at data to help support monitoring efforts at those volcanoes as well. My role as the remote sensing lead at YVO is to conduct scientific research using remote sensing tools, and specifically in the area of mapping, measuring, and monitoring Yellowstone's thermal areas. And secondly, should there ever be an event that we need to respond to, I help facilitate use of remote sensing data and share remote sensing data products and interpretations that will aid in event response. But my day-to-day task is to use various remote sensing tools to characterize and monitor Yellowstone's thermal areas. And I can add that there are multiple remote sensing data sets that I use. I use the Landsat 8 and 9 thermal infrared data, also thermal infrared data from the Aster instrument. I'm particularly interested in data acquired at night. I also use high-resolution visible near-infrared commercial satellite data and high-resolution visible and near-infrared data acquired from aircraft, such as from the NAPE program. That's the National Agriculture Imagery Program. I use data from that program, which are also available from AROS. And over the years, the National Park Service has conducted airborne thermal imaging surveys, and recently they've started to use drones to acquire some remote sensing data over specific areas in the park.
Can you give us a little background about the hot water at Yellowstone National Park? How does it get hot and then come to the surface?
Yeah. So beneath Yellowstone, there is a large reservoir of magma that is still very hot. No magma has worked its way up to the surface in about 70,000 years, but it's still hot down there. There's still a magma reservoir down there, and it's continually being fed by heat from below, this hot spot deep in the mantle. And don't think of this magma reservoir as a big ball of liquid rock sitting down there. It's more like a crystal mush, a hot crystal mush that's really about 85% solid with only about 15% melt. And those melt zones sort of exist as little isolated lenses within this rigid but very hot magma reservoir. And it sits about 5 or 10 kilometers down there. And it's the heat source for this big hydrothermal system. It's what heats up the rocks at depth and drives this hydrothermal system. So rainwater and snowmelt infiltrate into the ground, and they percolate deep down into the groundwater system. And this cold groundwater circulates down, and it gets heated up by the magma reservoir and the hot rocks that the magma heats up to pretty high temperatures. And this heated water also picks up some chemicals from the rocks that it reacts with at depth. It also mixes with some magmatic gases that are venting from the magma reservoir. And this hydrothermal fluid rises buoyantly back up to the surface. Now, if the hot water reaches the surface, we see it as hydrothermal features like hot springs and geysers. And as the hot fluid emerges at the surface, it cools, and some of the minerals that it has dissolved into it, like silica, it has a lot of silica dissolved into it, picked up from the rocks below, it precipitates out, and you get these silica center deposits and silica mounds around geysers.
We're familiar with the fact that Old Faithful is a geyser. What are the other types of hotspots that you see at Yellowstone?
So Yellowstone contains the world's largest concentration of thermal features. There are hot springs, geysers, mud pots, and gas vents, which are also called fumaroles. And there are more than 10,000 of them scattered throughout the park, spread out over a pretty huge area. Now, geysers are a special type of hot spring where there is a constriction in the underground plumbing system that allows pressure to build, and sporadically it gets released in an eruption of hot water and steam. And so these hot springs and geysers are the places where the hot water up to boiling temperatures makes it up to the surface. And by the way, there are only about 1,000 geysers on Earth. Half of them are in Yellowstone, which is pretty amazing. And also, geysers like Old Faithful that erupt on a sort of a regular, sort of predictable schedule, those are pretty rare. Most geysers erupt episodically. It's the ones that erupt regularly that are kind of unique. In other places in Yellowstone, usually higher elevation areas, the hot water that's coming up boils deeper underground before it reaches the surface. And so it's just the gas phases that get separated from the liquid at depth that work their way up to the surface. And these hot gases, mostly water vapor, also have a lot of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide, that stinky, rotten egg smelling gas. These gases tend to be acidic, and they react with the rocks below, altering the minerals in the rock. It really beats up the rock and breaks them down into clay minerals. So at the surface, where you have these gases making it up to the surface, if there's a little bit of water there, you get mud pots, these boiling mud pots. And if it's more dry, you tend to get these gas vents, which we call fumaroles. And these are all generally very hot, boiling temperatures at the surface. And sometimes you see bright yellow sulfur crystals forming around these fumarole vents.
Do you mind explaining a little more about thermal imaging so people who might not be as familiar?
I use available thermal infrared remote sensing data sets to assess and update thermal area maps in the park and identify changes to thermal areas. I also use these data to make thermal anomaly maps and identify differences in heat output within and between different thermal areas. And I also use these data to quantify the radiant geothermal heat output from different thermal areas for the entire region and how it changes with time. And by the way, the total radiant geothermal heat output of Yellowstone from all the thermal areas combined ranges from about 2 to 3 gigawatts. And that's been pretty consistent over the last decade.
Do you want to tell us why Landsat is good for looking at these kind of features and how it's important to your work?
Yeah, sure. So how do we take the temperature of Yellowstone, right? So one way to take the temperature of Yellowstone's thermal features is just to walk up to a feature and stick a temperature sensor in it, like a thermometer or a thermocouple. But like I said before, there are thousands of these thermal features that are spread out over a large, mostly inaccessible area. So it's not really feasible, nor would it be very attractive to have little temperature sensors and data loggers stuck into every single one of these thermal features out there. Fortunately, there is another way, thermal infrared remote sensing. So every object that has a temperature emits energy into its surroundings in the form of electromagnetic radiation. And the characteristics of this emitted radiation are primarily a function of the object's temperature. And this dependence on temperature can be described mathematically and is used to estimate the temperature of objects remotely. And without realizing it, we've all kind of observed this before, this phenomenon. If something is hot enough, like an active lava flow or an electric stovetop, it glows with light that we can see with our eyes. This is called incandescence. But if the temperature is lower, like it's not hot enough to glow with visible light, it can still be hot enough to burn you. If you've ever held your hand over a stove that's cooling off, you can feel the heat with your hand, even though you can't see it glowing anymore. You can tell with your hand that it's still warm enough to burn you, so you know not to touch it. And that's because at those high temperatures, it's still emitting light, but it's not emitting visible light. It's emitting light in the infrared region of the electromagnetic spectrum. And so a pot of boiling water or a hot spring in Yellowstone is also glowing, but it's glowing in the thermal infrared region of the spectrum. We can't see it, but we can feel the heat with our hand. And even though we can't see thermal infrared radiation with our eyes, we can build instruments that can see it, like thermal infrared cameras. And these instruments act as extensions of our eyes and allow us to see the world in a new light, literally. And we have handheld thermal infrared cameras, and we can build thermal infrared sensors that we can put on aircraft and spacecraft. And using those technologies is how we can measure the temperature of the surface remotely. There are a number of satellite instruments in orbit that measure emitted radiance in the thermal infrared. Many of these instruments are looking at very large areas, and they have really big pixels, 1 kilometer pixels, 750 meter, maybe half kilometer pixels. And these instruments produce images that cover very large areas, and they're really great at measuring the surface temperatures over these very large areas and or very hot things like fires and lava flows. In places like Yellowstone and hydrothermal systems at other volcanoes, thermal areas can be small and isolated, and at most, they're boiling at the surface. And the amount of heat being emitted from the surface is pretty subtle by comparison to something like a fire or a lava flow. And so they're much more difficult to detect and characterize. So instruments with higher spatial resolution thermal infrared channels are really needed. Landsat 4's thematic mapper instrument, which was launched in 1982, was the first, I think, moderate spatial resolution thermal infrared imager in orbit. And it had one channel measuring thermal infrared radiance with 120 meter pixels. So about an order of magnitude finer detail than some of the other satellite thermal infrared sensors that were available. And then a couple of years later, it was followed by the nearly identical Landsat 5 thematic mapper instrument. And so one of the things that I have done is I've gone through the Landsat archives and I've looked. The first several thermal infrared images acquired over Yellowstone were cloudy. But on May 8th, 1984, this was the first clear thermal infrared image that was acquired. And then on January 6th in 1985 was the first clear nighttime thermal infrared image that was acquired. And in both images, you can really clearly see thermal emission from many of the larger thermal areas in Yellowstone. And so that's where it all kind of started. Then in 1999, 2 new thermal infrared satellite instruments were launched. The Enhanced Thematic Mapper Plus on Landsat 7, which had 1 thermal infrared channel measuring radiance with 60 meter pixels, and Aster on the Terra satellite was also launched in 99, and it had 5 thermal infrared channels measuring radiance with 90 meter pixels. Aster was actually the first multi-channel thermal infrared satellite sensor designed, at least in part, with volcano monitoring in mind. And today there are a handful of thermal infrared satellite sensors with this moderate spatial resolution, soccer field sized pixels, including Aster and the thermal infrared sensors on Landsat 8 and Landsat 9. And there's also an instrument on the International Space Station called EcoStress, which is another multi-channel thermal infrared sensor. So these soccer field sized thermal infrared pixels can see a lot. Most of Yellowstone's thermal areas, even the ones that are not that big and not that hot, are detectable, especially using data acquired at night and in the winter. And this is when we have the greatest thermal contrast between thermal areas and the cold background. So I tend to focus on the use of thermal data acquired at night and in the winter. And this is why I love Landsat 8 and 9 so much. These instruments acquire data regularly, not just during the day, but they can also be tasked to acquire data at night on a regular basis. And this is really critical for my work. And over the years, I've been working with Chris Crawford and the Landsat team to make sure that places like Yellowstone and other volcanic targets are on the list of sites where we can get regular nighttime data acquisitions. And this is amazing. And so the other thing about Landsat 8 and 9 is that the footprint is large enough to cover the entire park in one shot, in one scene. And also the geometric calibration and the geolocation of the pixels for these data sets is really outstanding in its accuracy. And that's really also really important.
So have you found anything surprising or interesting in monitoring the thermal features of Yellowstone with remote sensing?
Well, yes, I have. I was sitting in my office looking at a Landsat 8 nighttime thermal infrared data. It was data that was acquired in April 2017. And I was looking at it and I was comparing previously mapped thermal areas to warm spots that were detected with the Landsat 8 thermal data and matching them up. And I noticed this big blob of bright, warm pixels that didn't really match any previously mapped thermal areas. So I figured, well, maybe it's a lake. Sometimes in the spring when things start to warm up, thawing lakes can look like thermal anomalies because thawed parts look warm at night compared to the still ice-covered, snow-covered places. But no, it wasn't a lake, it was land. And so I looked at some recent high-resolution visible data, and sure enough, it was a pretty good-sized thermal area with bright, hydrothermally altered soil and a bunch of stressed, dead, and dying trees. And I thought, how come nobody noticed this before? Well, it's in the backcountry. It's not near any trails, so it's doubtful that anybody had ever stumbled upon it before. And it was also because it was new. Again, looking at archived data going back to the 90s, this area was a forest, a healthy forest with a thick stand of trees. And it wasn't until the early 2000s that you start seeing stressed and then dying trees and a tree kill area that started to grow and grow. And by the mid-2000s, you started to see a thermal anomaly there. And the area grew to about 8 acres in size. That's about 4 soccer fields. I like to use soccer fields as my unit of area. And so by around 2015, it was the size of about 4 soccer fields or 8 acres. And so I could have found it sooner, but Yellowstone's a big place and it just takes time to investigate all the subtle details and subtle changes that you see in the geothermal system. So as I systematically go through more and more data to assess and update these thermal area maps, I may find more places like this. More newly emerging thermal areas.
It seems exciting.
Yeah, it was really cool.
So just to be clear, the emerging thermal area was killing off the trees. That's why you were seeing
the heat was killing off the trees. And it's not the first or only time that's ever happened. There are a number of other places where there have been large tree kills due to a new thermal area popping up. That's one of the intriguing things about Yellowstone. It's how dynamic the thermal areas are. Thermal areas can heat up, they can cool down, they migrate as fluids find new pathways to the surface, and sometimes new thermal features appear, sometimes quietly and sometimes with a bang. And because Yellowstone is such a dynamic place, it's important to try to figure out what causes these changes, because these changes may be related to other processes, maybe natural seasonal cycles of groundwater recharge, maybe changes in the magmatic volcanic system. They could be related to cycles of ground deformation or swarms of earthquakes, changes in the hydrothermal plumbing system, or they may be related to human activity. So that's one of the reasons we look for changes.
So what intrigues you about Yellowstone? You've worked with it for a while, it sounds like, and still seem to enjoy it.
Yeah, I do enjoy it. Yellowstone is a long dormant but restless volcanic system. It's basically doing everything you expect an active volcano to do except erupt. And it hasn't had a volcanic eruption in about 70,000 years. But it still has lots of earthquakes, significant ground deformation. The ground moves up and down, magmatic gas emissions and heat emissions through this very large geothermal system. And like I said before, it's the largest concentration of geothermal features in the world. And this geologic restlessness, which at almost any other volcano would be alarming, this is the norm for Yellowstone. This is just what Yellowstone does. The hydrothermal system sometimes displays really spectacular changes on a local level, but that's just Yellowstone being Yellowstone. And I find that intriguing and kind of amazing.
Absolutely. Greg, is there anything else our listeners should know or realize about using remote sensing to monitor Yellowstone?
It's pretty easy to find a lot of hype about Yellowstone on the internet. There are a lot of exaggerated claims and misinformation. You don't need to exaggerate Yellowstone to make it sound cool or amazing. It's amazing just as it is. And so the best place to get information about Yellowstone really is the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory website. If you ever have any questions about what's going on at Yellowstone, that's the place to go. That's the place to start.
We'll now hear more insights about Landsat from Terry Soule, who is the head of the Integrated Science and Applications branch at AROS. Terry, what are some other uses people have found for Landsat's thermal data?
One of the most basic is something that touches on a lot of the projects that use Landsat in the building, and that is the use of the thermal data along with the optical to get a good cloud mask So, a lot of our approaches use Landsat data depend on cloud-free pixels. And we don't need cloud-free scenes, but we do need to identify which scenes are contaminated with clouds and which ones are not, both clouds and cloud shadows. And most of the algorithms that can do a really good job of that really rely on the simultaneous acquisition of both thermal data and optical data. And that's really what makes Landsat unique. It's the one instrument that allows us to collect thermal and optical at the same time. And it's really critical for us to eliminate those clouds, and that supports a lot of the projects across the building. A good example of that is the National Land Cover Database. And so for the National Land Cover Database, we are looking literally through every cloud-free observation throughout the Landsat archive, going all the way back to 1984. And, having something like Landsat and having an algorithm that's able to identify those cloud-free pixels, which we do, is really vital for that project. And that's something that only Landsat can provide.
And then there are other uses too, right? Like evapotranspiration?
Yeah, so thermal data from Landsat is something that's really critical for helping us to evaluate evapotranspiration and agricultural water use. If you think of the Earth's surface and that balance between the energy that comes in from the sun and the energy that's radiated back out from the land surface, that's really dependent upon a lot of physical factors about what's going on at that land surface interface. And the thermal data is really valuable for characterizing one component of that, and that's water use by plants. And so evapotranspiration, the combination of both evaporation and transpiration from plants is something that has a cooling effect on the local landscape. And so if you think of two areas or two plots of land side by side, one that's dry versus one that's moist and is experiencing both evaporation and transpiration from plants, it's going to be cooler in that area where the wet area on the landscape is. And thermal data from Landsat is really great in terms of helping to identify those thermal balances and the impacts of water use and water availability.
And so that brings into the picture things like irrigation, how much water is used with that.
Yeah, so AROS is involved in a project called OpenET, and OpenET, in our partnership with NASA, with the Desert Research Institute, and with several different academic organizations, is a good example of how we can use evapotranspiration and the thermal band to help agricultural producers. So from an agricultural producer perspective, they're interested in having the best bang for the buck in their use of water and having the highest productivity from their agricultural lands. And having evapotranspiration is something that allows them to look at water use. It allows them to know when areas are needing more water for plants that may be stressed. And it also helps them save money. They can look at ET as a product, look at water use by plants, and also know that if they have lands that don't need to be irrigated, they can save a little bit of money. So, it's something that is really valuable from the agricultural community perspective.
So, Terry, how valuable would you say Landsat is to our understanding of heat on the Earth's surface then?
It's a unique instrument, and you can recreate Landsat data in aggregate from other systems, collecting optical and thermal from different sensors and trying to, put those observations together to recreate what Landsat provides. But there are two factors that Landsat has that aren't going to be touched by that kind of approach. First of all is just the data quality. Landsat is still the gold standard, both from a calibration perspective, from a radiometric standpoint, and from a geometric standpoint. And that's really valuable from a scientific perspective, particularly if you're trying to identify change over time. Those subtle changes over in time are really captured well by Landsat. But the other component that's really valuable is that simultaneous observation. When you're trying to tie the energy balance for something like ET to what's happening with the optical and the thermal data, you really need those data to be collected, not even minutes apart, but within just a second or two of each other. And that's the big advantage of Landsat, is that simultaneous collection.
Thank you, Greg and Terry, for joining us for this episode of Eyes on Earth, where we have explored the use of thermal remote sensing, especially Landsat data, to monitor Yellowstone National Park's unique features. And thank you to the listeners. Check out our AROS Facebook and X pages to watch for our newest episodes, and you can also subscribe to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. This podcast is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Hey, Ashton.
Hey, Miles.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Are you ready to record a fire podcast today?
Yes.
Straight fire?
Fire podcast
Straight
coming
fire.
your way.
Because today we're going to talk to John Cataldo, Yellowstone's Fire Management Officer. And before we get started, I have to do a little fire trivia. It's going to be a trite one, but I think it's still interesting. So Yellowstone, record fire year, 1988. How many acres of the park burned during those fires?
I know it was massive. I know it was a lot.
It was a lot.
I'm
you
going
can round to the nearest 100,000 if you want.
Okay, I was going to say a few 100,000. I'll say 600,000 acres.
You're
up.
A little higher.
I'm getting the up motion.
A little more.
800,000?
That would be the right rounding.
Oh, nice. Wow.
793,880 is the official number I found.
Do you know, like, if we were to compare,
and that's
what's
in
that
Yellowstone.
size?
That's not the full fire.
Like,
complex,
what's
correct?
like 800,000 acres compared to?
Gosh, that's a good question. Yellowstone's 2.2-ish million.
Okay.
Which is what states combined? Rhode Island and
it's two Rhode Islands.
Two Rhode Islands
and the chain.
So so maybe 2/3 of a Rhode Island. It was 36% of the park. Pretty big.
That's a pretty big fire.
Yeah, pretty big. And that's just inside of Yellowstone. Anyway, there's our trivia. But today, like I said, we're talking to John Cataldo, Fire Management Officer. You ready to dive in?
I'm ready.
All right, good. So in your career, have you always worked for the National Park Service in your career? Or did you start with a different agency in terms of fire?
I started with the National Park Service in 1992, and I've kind of oscillated back and forth between the U.S. Forest Service and the National Park Service, but always a federal agency.
Okay.
Yep.
What was your first job in fire?
My first job in
Or in
fire,
general?
well, in general, it was actually part of my financial aid package when I was an undergrad at Humboldt State University. I was offered a work study opportunity as part of my financial aid. And I was studying wildlife management at Humboldt State University in Northern California. And my advisor and the department chair was married to the branch chief of wildlife at Redwood National Park. And I was on academic scholarship as well at Humboldt. And he kind of passed my name along to his wife and said, we've got a potential work study student if you interested in picking them up for some work. And they gave me a key to the office for Redwood National Park and a pile of wildlife observation cards that visitors employees had filled out. And it was a pile pretty much up to the ceiling. And they gave me a key to the office and let me go in there 10 to 15 hours a week, all during the school year and just at my own pace whenever I could fit it in between classes and whatnot. And that was kind of my very first Park Service job.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. So how long after that was it when you first got into fire of some kind?
The very next summer, I was working up in Alaska for the Forest Service in Cordova, which is the last place I ever moved to without checking the Farmer's Almanac for like how much rain or sun it gets or doesn't get. And turns out that Cordova, Alaska gets 169 inches of rain a year. And I was working in fisheries at the time. So I studied wildlife and fisheries in college. And so that was how I got my start in the service, was those sorts of positions. And so working in fisheries, we were outside every day in Cordova. you know, wearing rain gear. And I mean, honestly, after a couple months of that, I was basically pruning. Like it had just been like, you know, you just had been in the shower for 2 months. And they said, hey, do you want to go to fire school? And I just said, is it indoors? And they were like, yeah, it's down here in the district office was an old courthouse of some kind. And it was like, yeah, fire school was in the judge's chambers or something in the courthouse. And it was in fact indoors. And I said, yeah, I'm your man. And so I took fire school. And of course, a place where it rains that much, you don't get a lot of fires. But it was an exceptionally dry summer there the next year when I returned, and we had a couple of like little fires out on the Copper River Delta, fireworks or something. And I got to go to those. And then the 1994 fire season in the lower 48, which is kind of another benchmark fire season in the lower 48, at least, kicked off in August. And I spent the last 6 or 8 weeks deployed down here on fire crews. They kind of went to each little team on the district up in Alaska, and everyone had to volunteer somebody to go be a firefighter. And I was good at hiking and carrying a big pack and stuff. And they said, why don't you go? I said, let's go.
Well, so what did you said you were studying wildlife starting out.
Yeah.
Did you ever envision yourself being in fire? Like what were you kind of working toward before you got the offer of like, hey, you can come indoors and learn how to
like, I was just working towards, a career as a wildlife biologist or a fisheries biologist. I studied both, and I grew up loving it and, loving the outdoors and whatnot. I'm a kid from suburban Long Island, New York, like 20 miles outside the city. And that was my big escape, was going to the woods. And, even if that was running around catching garter snakes under garbage on the side of some parkway on Long Island, which is honestly how you start in wildlife management.
Wow, beautiful,
if you're
yes.
A little suburban Long Island kid, there's not a lot of open wild spaces or places to get away from the crowds. So the woods kind of became my retreat when I was young, and just got out the book of colleges, when you're in high school, and it's like the size of a phone book, and it's every college in the country and all the programs they offer, and picked 3 or 4 of the top wildlife management programs. And one of them happened to be 4 hours from where my brother lived in Oregon. And
nice.
Ended up at Humboldt.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So when you finally did get into fire, what was it that kept you there?
I've always been into, played a lot of sports growing up. So I like being really physical. And honestly, probably statistics and organic chemistry pushed me towards firefighting, because to kind of take the next step in wildlife and fisheries, it was going to be really heavy. And, you kind of get to that point in your education where it's like, I don't know if I'm ready to take the next step.
I think organic chemistry is that line for quite a few people.
Yeah, it kind of weeds people out, huh?
Yeah. So just working on a team and being outside, and it was just a good fit. It was like I was kind of made to do it. I just
felt right.
it. Yeah, it just felt right. It was just right off the bat. It was a good fit. I just fell right into it. And you're lucky if that happens to you.
Yes.
Whatever
I agree.
you are, whatever you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm like, how did I get to where I am today? And I feel lucky. I don't think I would have planned it. Like you're saying, sometimes these things just happen.
Yeah, I had some apprehension, in the beginning, and just talking to other folks who'd done it previously. And they're like, no, it's great. It's like camping for dollars. Like we're going to go camp for weeks, and we're going to work hard all day, and then we're going to go sleep in a tent, and we're going to get up and do it again. I was like, that sounds great.
So what was I'm guessing, I don't know yet, but I'm guessing a theme in these podcasts that will come up is the career progression can be interesting. So like, what are the steps to go from that, where you're like actively out camping, fighting fire, to where someday you're spending most, if not all, your time in an office and dealing with budgets and hiring in the big picture? Like, what did that look like for you, timeline wise?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the hazards of the job, is someday someone's going to hand you a radio to talk on.
Uh-oh.
That's the first hazard of the job, right? They kind of leave you alone for a few years because it's dangerous to let you be in charge of anything. And then at some point they're like, oh, like you seem pretty squared away. And they hand you a radio, and that's a big fork in the road. Is you're going to let me talk on the radio while I'm on a fire and actually, help coordinate what's going on. And I've held a lot of positions along the way. We get to go a lot of different places in this job, which is also what attracted me to it. I think I've been to fires in 18 different states.
Oh, wow.
At this point. And I'm not done yet. I got a lot left in me, but
was one of those states more memorable than the others? Does one stick out to you?
They are so unique. I know it sounds cliche, but I mean, literally I've spent 3 weeks camped 3 feet from the Yukon River in interior Alaska, helping manage a long duration fire up there, and I've done a lot of prescribed fire down in Big Cypress, down in South Florida. So literally this job has taken me from one corner of the country to the other. And a lot of places in between. And you just get to, granted, you're working really long hours while you're there, but you get to see a lot of interesting things. You're off the beaten path a lot.
Yeah.
So you just have a lot of shared experiences, and
must be interesting too, to get to like be pretty intimately familiar with so many different types of forest as well, and like the way fire behaves so differently in these different places. And
and you have to be a student of it, because
I bet
it'll kill you if you're not paying attention. So you are very eager to learn when you go to a new place, like how does it move right through this stuff? Does it move by jumping from tree to tree, or is it mostly ground fire? Are there interesting local factors? Like, does it burn? Some places it burns really hot and downhill at night. Didn't see that coming, right? So you gotta make sure you're being a student and finding the people that understand how fire moves on that particular landscape. And, helps keep us all safe and meet the objective, whatever that is.
Yeah. So let's jump ahead to now.
Okay.
So do you have a typical day in your job?
A lot of what drew me to this is that it's not a lot of typical. I guess should focus on maybe on the summer, because like you mentioned, the winter, when you're in a year-round position and you live at 6,300 feet in a national park, we get a lot of opportunity for winter and typically don't have fires. And in the off season, it is a lot of just planning and for next season and hiring and communicating with our partners and cooperators and just kind of getting on the same page for the next season. But once we kind of throw the switch and the temporary employees come on in the spring and we kind of ramp up and just sort of get into the mode, so to speak. A typical day, we start off with a briefing with everyone on the team, and we get together for about 20 minutes and we go through a safety conversation and a weather conversation, situation, whatever's going on, fires in the park, fires around the park, fires we may find ourselves on later that day. Just whatever's going on, go through a plan for the day. And then we just sort of fledge everyone to their assignments. And typically we'll go 5 different directions on any given day. And we'll be engaged with fuels reduction projects, in some of the urban interface areas around the park. We'll be out monitoring the fuel moisture and different types of fuels that we're curious about in the park. That's a big part of the program, just being prepared for what might come, and how wet or dry the fuels are is a big part of that. So we'll be out doing that, maybe helping our neighbors with some incidents that they're managing. So they're just really, every day is different.
Yeah.
Especially once we get around to like May or so, and then through October, you just really never know what you're getting into.
Right.
So it's a good career field for someone who likes to keep moving and have surprises thrown at them.
There's a lot of moving.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving parts. You have to be
and you're out in the field a lot in the summer?
I get to pick and choose my spots at this point. A lot, unfortunately, the field part of my job is definitely dropped off, particularly here just because of connectivity issues.
Yeah.
Because we are so remote, relatively speaking, to a lot of other places in the lower 48 that because a lot of my day-to-day responsibility is to be what we call a duty officer. So I'm the first phone call on any new potential vegetation fire. So however that report comes in from a visitor or from an employee, it'll get routed to our dispatch center. And then they call me as the duty officer and say, here's what we might have. What do you want to do about it?
So you need to be reachable.
I need to be reachable
basically.
at all times.
Yeah.
And if people can't find me, I'm not doing my job. So it does kind of keep me around headquarters a lot. But of course, I do enjoy getting out on fires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what, in your current job, what do you think is the most important skill?
For my position, I think the ability to triage a lot of emerging problems and to pretty quickly sift through what's important and what's noise and what can wait and what, you're pretty much when things are rocking and rolling, there's a constant state of just, your awareness is just peaked and you're just constantly trying to update what we call a common operating picture of what is our fire environment, what's going on, and what the biggest threats are, right? It's all about risk management. I mean, fire management is risk management. So risk to people, first and foremost, risk to infrastructure, buildings, and then everything after that. So yeah, just the ability to maintain the correct flight altitude. And, all of us start out as just ground pounders, right? Swinging a 5-pound tool 10,000 times a day is how you first prove that you can do this.
Right.
And then you go from there to where you're virtually never swinging a 5-pound tool anymore.
Yeah.
So sometimes when really things start rocking and rolling, some folks will revert to what they're most comfortable with, right? Which is the first thing you ever learn. And they want to kind of get in the weeds. And just being able to maintain that 30,000 foot flight altitude as a fire management officer or a duty officer, that's pretty critical.
Well, and that skill to bring in all that different types of information and then be able to make decisions, that probably comes with a lot of experience that you've had over the years. So if you were to what advice, what types of experience should people be seeking out if they want to, get to your type of position one day?
Variety, just really seek variety, and particularly prescribed fires. So controlled burns, another way we describe those. Being involved with that is a great way to just see a lot of fire on the landscape and watch it and not necessarily have to just be responding to it, to take those opportunities to see how it moves and understand the physics of it. Just really pays dividends down the line. So it's just experiential learning, all of it. I mean, there's a big on-the-job training component. We have a huge continuing education component to all of this, where as you progress along, we're sending you to more or less 1 week long classes. We have a lot of 32 to 40 hour classes we'll send you to, but those just sort of complement that field experience. So it's just go full send, just get as much fire under your belt as you possibly can is the best way to be good at my job. And so that's why I oscillated between the two different agencies, because, the Forest Service, that's the big green machine, right? So I mean, I think half the U.S. Forest Service budget is fire management. Wow. So they're highly invested in it. And that's where the majority of the resources in America are, they're in the green trucks with the different logo. And so coming up in the Park Service was great, but I also realized I'm not seeing enough fire on Park Service land to get as good as I need to get at this to have the job I want to have someday. So I knew I wanted a job like I have now, but to get there, I had to leave the agency, go to a different federal agency, and ended up running a hotshot crew for close to a decade, which is a great way to see a lot of fire.
Yeah.
So that was just all by design. That was well, I think I've done what I can. In the Park Service, there just wasn't as many opportunities to move up or move laterally. We just don't have as big a program. And it's like, I'm going to go fight fire with the Forest Service for about a decade. And then I'll come back and I'll feel a lot more confident what I'm doing.
So you did want to end up back at the Park Service?
Absolutely.
Ultimately?
Yeah.
Why that over, like you said, Forest Service is the big agency that's handling all this stuff. What about the Park Service made you want to end up here?
I just love the mission, really. And I mean, it's the greatest, last, best places. Right? I mean, the Park Service units are, particularly for me, loving the mountains. I mean, being in the Northern Rockies, it's just outrageous. And this region in particular, I've spent time in the Pacific West and the Pacific Northwest, and I love those systems as well. But I mean, the Rockies are just outrageous. So for me, you can't beat it. So
yeah.
Yeah. Was that kind of same sentiment what drew you to Yellowstone? Or was there some sort of draw to Yellowstone for you in particular?
I've spent about 5 years of my life in Alaska. So one of my early Park Service positions, actually my first permanent appointment was I was the first helicopter manager hired at Denali. In the year 2000, we had the National Fire Plan came out. So we'd had kind of a succession of really intense fire seasons in America. And the result of that was a thing called the 2000 National Fire Plan. And a big part of that was a big injection of funding into fire management in America. So, a lot of life's timing, right? And so when the National Fire Plan rolled around, I had about 9 seasons under my belt, either of fire management or wildlife or fisheries management. And I think three full seasons and a few qualifications under my belt. And then all these permanent jobs popped up. And I was sort of in a really good position to compete for one of them. So that was just good timing. And a lot of my peers, we call ourselves like National Fire Plan babies because we all got our start. We all got our very first appointment sometime in the spring of 2000.
I mean, I think, a couple things you said I think are good for people to keep in mind in terms of thinking about wanting to work for federal agencies in general and the Park Service specifically is like there is timing, there is luck, there is when these things come along, and also having the 30,000 foot view of your own career, like you were saying, is like maybe I need to leave for a while to get these other experiences. Because I think sometimes people think I'll just be able to follow this exact path that I want and get the jobs I want, and I feel like that so rarely happens with anyone that I know in the Park Service, whether they leave for a completely different field sometimes or switch agencies or whatever. It's like, this is where I would like to be, but I need to get this experience here or this there, or thinking about the career ladders and the way things can go. I think I'm glad that you brought up those points because I think it's a good thing for people to remember. That's certainly how my career has been. I think almost everybody I talk to.
Yeah. I think a big part of it, I tell folks all the time, to some extent, you have to be prepared to move at the speed of opportunity, and you can't just expect to, in the federal service and the Park Service, like plant roots in one spot and march up the ladder through your entire career in one place. It's just not realistic. Possible at a massive unit like we work at, right? Because we do have a tremendous organizational chart here and a lot of really deep programs and a lot of career ladder potential. That's pretty unique.
It is.
In the service though.
Yeah. It's pretty rare.
Yeah. You can go to a lot of parks and there might be, the chief ranger and 2 seasonal law enforcement.
Yep.
At these smaller units, in that career. And obviously you're not going to try to stay in one place for 30 years and become the chief ranger. Like you might have to step to the side to step up and step back. But there's tremendous opportunity to move around. I think that's a great thing. I wanted to see a lot of places and I wanted to do a lot of different things. And for me, the emphasis in my life wasn't going to be plant roots, start a family young, be in one place, coach the volleyball team or something. Like I didn't want to do that. I wanted to just really move around a lot and just see a lot of things. And like I said, I'm a suburban Long Island kid. Yeah. Once I hit the West, I wasn't slowing down. I wasn't going to move out West and plant somewhere. So I've achieved that.
So with all these different experiences that you have, it might be hard to pick one, but is there like a moment in your career that stands out to you as really being a defining moment or even the defining moment? Was there some time where you're like, this is it for me, or was it more gradual?
In my fire service career, I'd say the day that we were certified as a hotshot crew in Northern California, that process took several years and was pretty intense. And so I'll remember that day for the rest of my life for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anytime you're working towards the same goal for 6 years, year round, it's a pretty big day when someone finally says you're good enough.
Wow.
But within my Park Service experience, really the entire 2016 fire season here in Yellowstone is kind of a benchmark too.
Yeah.
Any fire season you're a part of that ends up with like a commemorative pint glass or something is usually probably a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And in that year, we successfully managed 100 square miles of fire in Yellowstone while concurrently celebrating the centennial.
Oh, wow. Big year.
So there was a period of time where we had an incident management team just managing the centennial celebrations in Mammoth and Gardner, Montana. And we had a separate incident management team assigned to the Maple Fire, which was out by West Yellowstone, ultimately burned about 55,000 acres. And we had a third incident management team concurrently managing a basket of about 5 or 6 smaller fires, most of which were out on the northern range of the park. And we had all that going at once, and we didn't have any single serious injuries. Rotating firefighters through that for months on end, and didn't lose a single shingle off the side of a structure.
Wow.
So no one got hurt.
Amazing.
We didn't burn anything up that we didn't want burnt up or were willing to accept burning up.
Mm-hmm.
And, 100 square miles of a pretty incredible natural process in the world's first national park. So that year sticks out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just mentioned like protecting these historic, buildings that are in the park and stuff like that. And earlier you mentioned fuels reduction projects.
Mm-hmm.
For people who don't really know what that means. Like, how do you do that? How do you protect? Like, because there's all these historic buildings throughout the park. How do you go about protecting those?
It's really all about just creating what we call defensible space around those, and we really focus on the first 30 to 300 feet of vegetation immediately around that structure. So we just basically need some elbow room around there to function as firefighters. We can't have little baby trees growing out of the foundations of old buildings and pushing the shingles off the side of them and stuff like that. That'll happen in a place like Yellowstone. Lodgepole pine is a pretty robust species, and it's a little bit weedy in some places where it gets really thick and comes in pretty strong, especially after a fire. So when we're talking about fuels reduction, we're just literally in and around the developed areas in the park, just reducing the amount of biomass. So really focusing on the smaller brush and grasses and trees that are, say, under 4 to 6 inches in diameter, and just removing those and just basically thinning it out.
Okay.
In other areas, we might use prescribed fire or controlled burning to try to accomplish that same objective, because fire is a really efficient way to reduce the amount of biomass around a subdivision. But lodgepole pine, when it burns completely. So its natural fire regime is stand replacement. So it burns from the surface of the ground, of the tops of the trees, and completely is what we'd expect. And that's not really a great thing to have in and around a community, because you're just trading one problem for another. So you do a controlled burn, and then you have a patch of dead trees next to your homes, and then you're dealing with that. So we just prefer not to do controlled burning around our developed areas, and we just go in and just thin out the vegetation so that if a fire does come in there, it's not moving through the tops of the trees, which is, of course, where it's really intense and dangerous. it's going to stay on the ground where we can deal with it, and preferably on the ground with flame lengths less than 8 feet. That's kind of our cutoff. If the flames are taller than 8 feet, we're going to need a pretty heavy hand to deal with that. We can't swat that out.
Gotcha.
So for people interested in your field, your career field, what, before we get to your series and grade and all that kind of stuff, where would people look if they wanted to get started in fire? Like what series would they look for?
We're actually going through a really big transition right now in how we're classified as firefighters. We were forestry technicians for the first few decades of this profession. And essentially, it's been decided over the past few years that's not a very accurate description of wildland firefighting for lots of good reasons. And so now there's a new wildland firefighter job series, and that's 0456. And it's designed to be a hire to retire job series. So we're going to be recruiting and advertising positions in that from now on, literally from the GS3 to the GS15 level.
Wow.
So
that's really cool.
Yeah. And previous to that, we were hiring entry level positions as 0462 forestry technicians. And then I'm currently in an 0401, which is a biologist, ecologist job series. And that's all transitioning. So going forward, it'll be 0456 from GS3 to GS15.
Wow. So that simplifies it a lot for people interested in looking.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can focus in on that series and find something that aligns with whatever experience they have.
Yep.
And get in the door.
Yeah. And getting in the door is not that complicated. We don't have super high educational requirements, basically a high school diploma and a great attitude and an aptitude to learn new things. A commitment to physical fitness. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like we can start there.
Right.
And we're going to teach you the rest. So
it's pretty cool.
It's pretty
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause I've definitely noticed, like, I've never been in wildland fire or anything myself, but just being around people who are, there's definitely like a vibe, a culture, I think, of the people who stick with it. Cause like you said, you gotta want to get into it.
Well, and you have a lot of intense shared experiences, right?
Yeah.
So anytime you do that, you do form a certain bond with the people that you're doing that with that you can't simulate elsewhere, except maybe like within your actual immediate family, like the experiences you might have with your brothers and sisters growing up. And there's, so many stories I can't tell anybody because they won't even understand.
Sure.
And that's a powerful thing. And it can be lonely at times because there's, you got to like find your old hotshot friends to like talk about, some fire you're on, because you would just spend all your time trying to explain it to other people.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of a unique job in that regard. But you meet a lot of great people, and it's not easy. It's not an easy job to do, right? So if you're around people that are doing it and sticking with it and making it past, there's kind of this imaginary line at year 3 where you're sort of in or out, right? You're either like, this is what we're doing because the commitment level is so high, or maybe this isn't for me and I don't like sleeping on the ground and not being completely convinced like when the next meal is going to show up out here, or just being out in that environment.
Yeah.
So when you're around people that have made that commitment and made those sacrifices, it's a pretty special. So yeah. We have really good stories if you can get us to tell them.
Maybe someday.
About to say, I could keep I wish we could talk for like 3 hours.
Yeah. And so along those lines, like if somebody's looking for this job in a national park, not every national park has these jobs, right? Or do they? I'm not familiar.
Not every unit. Certainly the larger mid-size to larger parks. So for example, in our region, we have 14 park level fire programs, and those programs either manage one or a group of parks. So, when you talk about a Yellowstone or Mesa Verde or Bandelier, Rocky Mountain, Dinosaur, Zion, all those units have a program, and pretty robust, so sometimes when you get into like a much smaller unit, like we manage fire for the Little Bighorn. So Little Bighorn Battlefield National Monument, it's about 4 hours east of where we're sitting. And we provide fire management services for them, but they don't have any firefighters per se, or any equipment. So it's just sort of an administrative responsibility. And so, yeah, we manage their fires through agreements and relationships. So the Crow Agency has agreed to come over, put out any fires if we get any out. But, so yeah, but most mid-size national parks are going to have, especially out west, will have their own program. So
cool.
There's a ton of opportunity, investment. The bipartisan infrastructure law I call it National Fire Plan 2.0. It's essentially the next huge influx of investment in wildland firefighting in America. The Park Service is benefiting greatly from that. So all those programs are kind of on the uptick. It's a great time to get your foot in the door and start a career or advance in your career in fire.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I wish we could talk for like 3 hours. I want to just ask you about fire ecology and behavior and what it's like to like get to know it's just like a fascinating process to me. It's like a chemical reaction happening that has its own life and scale, and like you said, behaves so differently. But we do have to wrap it up. So do you have a favorite story or memory from your time in Yellowstone or another national park, but just something that
I've been reflecting on that recently, and I couldn't come up with the one thing. And maybe that's because at this point in my career, in my life, I've learned to appreciate like small things, And I mean, obviously we live in a place where we're just kind of surrounded by wonderment, and people have a hard time even relating sometimes to the things we try to describe that happen in our backyard. But for example, literally in my backyard the other day, I went out to chop some wood for our stove and was just enjoying the weekend. And I kind of had a quiet moment, and I stood there and a wolf howled. And it sounded like it was, maybe a mile behind the house. And I thought, it's like noon. That's not typically when I hear wolves howl. Sometimes they come around at night, and I'll hear them when I'm letting the dog out, for the last time in the evening or something. And so I sat there real quiet, and it howled again, and I probably have 100, little stories like that. We're just surrounded by it all the time here. And it's there all the time if you're listening for it, and if you're open to it. And we're just surrounded by wonderment there. So if you got your eyes and your ears open, it's always there. Go enjoy it.
I think that's the perfect way to wrap up. Thanks for coming and talking to us today.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's fascinating.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, I would like to. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, John Cataldo. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen. Every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks.
Many visitors, when they come to Yellowstone National Park, don't realize that they're in one of the world's largest active volcanoes. All the hydrothermal, the hot water features in this park, are the result of the Yellowstone volcano. The volcano gives us much of our elevation we have in this area. because it heats the ground. That ground is less dense, so we have a high volcanic plateau here of 8,000 feet. It has supplied many of the rocks and the soils that are in this area, so the vegetation is responsive to the Yellowstone volcano, and of course the animals are responsive to the vegetation. The simplest, perhaps most eloquent way to describe it is the heart of Yellowstone. Yellowstone would not exist without the presence